Alrighty then. Hello. Hello. Hi. All right, yo, what's good? Let's see here. It's another day. It's another day. Another day. Beautiful day. It's gorgeous out today. It's fucking sunny as shit. There's no clouds anywhere. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna put some music on. All right. So, yeah, dude. Today I am working on continuing this questionnaire. It is day 4, I believe, of this shit, or 5 or 6. Somewhere. 4 or 5. I have like 2 more days of this shit. Today and then 2 more days, I think. I think that might be a thing. So, quite frustrating, but it's gonna be worth it. Everything is gonna be worth it. I have, a couple of different things I'm working on. I am going to answer these questions. I'm not looking forward to answering these questions, but I gotta answer these questions because this is gonna be worth it. This helps me debug my code base a lot. I'm at roughly a couple thousand lines of code. I'm like tens of thousands between like my testing systems and my actual application. I'm tens of thousands of lines of code in, and this is gonna help a lot. I'm not including my testing systems into my wiki. The only things I'm actually including are my my fundamental application, essentially. So it's like the testing systems are built off of that. My fear is if I made the testing systems a part of that wiki, that would not work well. My fear is that it would essentially make every single my fear is that if I made my testing systems a part of that, is that it would give me a bunch of false positives with how I do my testing. So it's like that's the one downside to it. So it's like to doing it that way. So I'm building my context window essentially for my repository, my intentions, and all that sort of stuff. And essentially the goal is, after that, I'm gonna make a scheduler agent that I have a bunch of tickets in terms of different like errors that I found, like making more error robustness, all that sort of stuff. But also in relation to fundamental architecture, that's the ones that get the highest priority first. And then I'm going to schedule it in relation to from fundamental architecture and then the order of operations to get to that fundamental architecture. In other words, if there's parts underneath it that need to be set before doing that, I'm going to see if it can actually organize it for me instead of me needing to organize it from the bottom to the top again. If it can do that, that'd be awesome. So then I'll build that fundamental architecture, and then I have a refactor consultant agent that I'm basically building out, where I'm going to have it so it can help me refactor my code, make it like a little bit more organized, and then it's going to update the wiki as I go along. So that's essentially the goal. So yeah, I have a bunch of stuff ahead of me, and I'm just gonna pop right in, dude. I'm just literally gonna go for it. Ever since I set the static IP address on my fucking A10 Mini Pro ISO, the thing hasn't been bugging out for streams, and I'm quite happy about that, to be completely honest. That is fucking amazing. I thought it was like literally it turns out that my A10 Mini Pro ISO is fucking working perfect then. I thought it was broken, dude. I was so worried, dude. I was so fucking worried. Because I bought that shit forever ago. This is like one of my fundamental, most important pieces of gear for all the stuff that I'm doing. This is building my data set essentially for the future features that I'm going to be including into this. So there's a lot at play here. So let's see. Where was I? All right. Let's see where we're at on tokens. That needs to get out. %, 19%, 33% for the week, and I still got 2 more days left. Fuck, dude. I barely used tokens this week. I barely used any. Fuck, dude. It's just like, this is like, answering these questions is not very token heavy, like at all, dude. Like at all. So it's just frustrating. God damn it. All right. Let's get to it, shall we? Back to it, then. Alrighty. Let's go. Oh, wait. You're using Sonnet. Whoa. That might explain why you were fucking... That explains why you got dumb all of a sudden. I haven't been using Sonnet, dude. I mean, haven't been using Opus. I've been using Sonnet. Son of a... Well, that explains a fuck ton. Also in relation to the token usage. That means that all of yesterday was all Sonnet, probably. Let me see. Sonnet. I know I've been using Opus for some of the days, but Sonnet. I think the first 2 days I used Opus. I think yesterday I didn't use Sonnet. Sonnet. Fuck, dude. Sonnet. That's all yesterday. Dumb. Alright. What's good, Claude? Let's ask me some questions from the questionnaire. Let's go for it. That's why I can't remember my fucking instructions. That's why he keeps forgetting, because I keep chucking Opus level work to fucking Sonnet. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe I did that. It has a 1 million token context window. That's literally that's the same as Gemini 3.0. So you got like Opus level quality in terms of the logic, plus a Gemini sized window of context. It's fucking great, dude. Okay, so you're not reading the instructions. Read the instructions for the questionnaire and tell me what's wrong with what you sent me. Oh wait, no, that's not wrong. Before we go on, actually, for file manager _UI.py, can you go ahead and do the context step? There's a step inside of the ingestion process that wasn't done when this was originally created for ingestion, so I need that to be a thing. We need to do that for this file before we start. Please and thank you. I almost blamed it for something I did. It should be adding wiki context. This context section helps it a lot when it's actually writing the fucking descriptors, like the actual descriptions of each section. I actually want to kind of look at some of these fucking files from yesterday. Actually, the one from yesterday was... What's one of the ones from yesterday? Browser UI. Yeah, browser UI was yesterday, I think. Why is that today? Nice, dude. Solid. Solid, dude. This is gonna help it so fucking much. I can't wait. Oh my god, dude. I can't wait. This is so fucking worth it. So fucking worth it. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Let's go here like this. This doesn't show accurately, like, how many people are watching or who's watching, because sometimes people are watching on fucking Twitch and it doesn't show me that people are watching on Twitch, so it's like, it's quite annoying. I have one person that watches me on Twitch, my cousin. That's the only person, but it'll be that's something. Yay! Now it has the wiki context. Good job. Okay. File manager. Why is file manager a composition class instantiated by a main window rather than a mix-in with trash operations? Was this a deliberate design choice or historical? Honestly, it's sloppy architecture. That's what that is. I need to rebuild that entire... So, like, the file manager window within itself is essentially... It should be the SFTP window. It should be like, basically like the fundamental window, but the reason why it doesn't exist and doesn't get a mix in with trash operations is because that in itself is a folder within the SFTP window. You know what I mean? Like the actual trash operations is just a folder. like for the actual UI for that. So honestly, it's a mix between both, because it's like you have to have like this weird hybrid system because of how the trash is built within itself. So you really can't like have it be like as modular as one window, another window, another window, another window. I would like to say that this like SFTP browser is like home essentially within the application itself. There is a ticket right now that refers to basically like this refactoring of the windows, and I would like for you to reference that as well actually, and give me your thoughts on that if you can, please, before we're adding anything. And in relation to this question too though, and in relation to my response here, you see how it responds to me? This is because my ADHD ass brain can't read this. When I read this, unless I do this, like if I go like this, I can kind of read line by line, but I get like, but this I can actually ingest. Fucking fly. First fly of the day. You're going down, sucker. Gotcha, fool. I definitely smacked that little fool. All right. File manager is not currently called at all. It's a gap. Your reads that upload. No. I didn't say that about upload and download. Upload and download should be their own window. That's a separate window. That's how that should work. I don't like the modularity of the current browser UI. Like the way it's structured. And then what's the difference between file manager and browser UI? That's my question there too. The browser, so yeah, the trash is a folder essentially within the actual browser window. Move is a button within that opens up another window for the browser window. The SFTP browser window also has the actual drag and drop, all that sort of stuff lives there. Like the entirety of that functionality lives inside of that. The rename, same shit. All of the buttons that exist on the home window in relation to like the download button, all that stuff, the buttons live there. But like the move, rename, and the scan button, the scan button is not going to be doing that because I'm restructuring how that functions. But settings, all that shit, like literally every button that exists on there, the download, upload button, all those buttons, the way that they function is where they're calling individual windows that are separate from the UI, but the trash is different because it's a folder within the UI. So that is like a parent-child relationship there. So that's essentially what I'm currently referencing in relation to the home window, essentially, with the browser, the SFTP browser. Exactly. Your description of the SFTP browser, the first one in the noun section where you said you called it a noun, that is, and like how everything else is a verb, is literally the dynamic. That's literally it. Correct. The trash window doesn't exist. That is the wrong abstraction. Correct. But once again, what's the difference between File Manager and the browser? Is the browser just the UI elements? What does File Manager contain within itself? I forget that part. Because that's what I'm talking about, where I need to refactor the entirety of the UI systems for this, because it's like all of it needs to be reorganized. It's not. I have a buttload of questions in there. If you can answer each one of them, please. Before doing anything else. So these are the actual UI elements. These are the actual UI elements. So it's building literally every window. So we need to refactor that. Yeah, this should not have these. These are all download window elements. This is all download and upload. You see, like this. Yeah, these are download and upload right here. So everything that is download and upload is a separate window. That should not exist within the file manager. That does not have anything to do with the file manager. So right there, you hit the nail on the head right there with this, by breaking that down. So you pretty much simplified this for me. This is actually a couple of different UI windows put together. I think that we need to refactor where this essentially has a download/upload window that feeds the main orchestrator. Window orchestrator. Window orchestrator is going to become essentially what this is right now. But essentially when you press the button, like it's a couple of different implementations of window styles. For example, one of them is actually windows, the other one's tabs. The other, it's like the tabs can exist, but they're just not separated by files correctly. So it's like the download and upload stuff needs to be its own UI file. Oh, this is just the download. So hold on a second. This is just the download and upload file. Why is this called file browser? Why is this called file manager? Wait a minute. Why is this called file manager? This is a terrible name for it. This is the download and upload window. I think it's okay like this, but I think the name is shit. Now this makes sense. So then, okay, so then the other one that was browser_UI really was the browser_UI. Yes, okay. That should not be called file manager because that got me confused. Okay, we're actually closer than I thought. So my architecture currently is actually pretty close in relation to what I'm describing in my other ticket. It's close. I just need to reorganize it a little bit. Let me take a look at these files real quick again. So, cron window, file manager, browser. Browser UI is one thing. File manager is another thing. Cron window is another thing. Where is my move functions? Where's my move window? So yeah. So browser UI is technically like my home. Then it gets populated with the move button and the move window live on that file. And same with rename, and same with, that's what we were doing yesterday. And same with just ¿huh? Oh. ¿Puede abrir la ¿Puede dejar la puerta abierta, por favor? Es que está muy caliente. I have to open up the window. Actually, I'm gonna enjoy. Hi, cutie. Hi, baby. Look how pretty you are. Oh my God, you're so cute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
¿Qué está haciendo ahí? ¿De qué no se lo dice para allá? O sea, que me había dicho, mañana, por eso.
Kitty was so cute. Oh my goodness, that's the best part. My wee kitty girl. Alrighty. cron and all the other windows live there. Essentially, they get called there. Settings. So it's basically blended between window orchestrator and browser window. Essentially, browser window is supposed to be the window orchestrator. Is there a benefit to having that refactor? Because to be honest, I mean, first of all, I think I need to refactor the browser window because there's multiple windows in there that should have their own files. That would bring down the size significantly. Then, I think potentially I would still like window orchestrator to be the one that calls and structures everything. I think browser window should literally just be the browser window and trash. And then the window orchestrator is what actually coordinates all of the actual buttons and basically populates the buttons with the window calls. So what do you think about that architecture for the UI? In relation to the other architecture button that, I mean, ticket that I have there. Yes. Exactly. That is what I wanted. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. I'm never letting fucking AI do my fucking architecture ever again for UI. Holy shit, dude. That I was like, oh, you can handle UI, right? That's just graphics. You need to organize that shit. Otherwise, you end up with this kind of a fucking code spaghetti. Fucking goddamn it. Seriously, dude. People think it's literally just like, oh, I'm gonna tell the AI to write some code and it's gonna fucking do the thing. It's like, nah, dude, this shit sucks. It's good at doing like tasks, but not good at architecture. In relation to like file structure and shit that makes things actually legible, that's because it confuses itself. It's perfectly happy working within code spaghetti, but when you actually get to actually debugging shit, it fucking confuses itself. I promise. Your context windows are gonna be 30 miles long, and it's gonna hallucinate all of the solutions. That is the entire problem that we are currently trying to address with the wiki, and we're finding not only bugs, we're finding the actual refactor points. Like, where is this something that we need to refactor? That is essentially what we're doing here. Like, that, it's like, oh my god, dude. If I didn't know about this shit, I'd be fucked. Single source of truth for now, for what's open right now prevents yes. Menu item works naturally. Upload opens. Upload via orchestrator without needing a browser to exist. Yes. Multi-browser window correctness. 3 browsers open. No, we don't want 3 browsers. We don't want multi-browser. That doesn't make sense. Although that could be a future feature, open up different windows, maybe. We don't really want that though. Multi-browser abilities, just because this is basically mostly a formality. Like, the overall UI for this application is literally just in case someone needs to do something manually. But in reality, the way that this is going to function is literally just through the overall whatever OS they're actually on. So it's like, this is just like a container for the mechanics to also build out the actual watchdog, essentially. You can use it, but in reality, this is not what's going to be like the final end product in terms of UI. On the day-to-day. This is where I was. Yes. I don't mind the indirection. I don't mind the indirection in relation to having the actual files be organized. Honestly, it's like, it makes sense. You can trace it back, and that's the whole point of the wiki, to be able to trace it back without a problem. I mean, technically you could see where it's being called. I don't think it's that much abstraction in relation to the indirection that you're gonna have. Like, it's essentially tying a variable in to the actual window orchestrator, and then the and then it will literally, like in the sense of the button, and then it just gets access through the and then basically the button opens the window. I don't see how that's that much indirection. Or am I missing something there? Exactly. That's the whole purpose. So it's not a God object. It's literally just a button organizer, and that's literally it. I mean, it's a button organizer, and then it structures the windows for the home window essentially. That's all it is. It's like the layout view of the home window, and it's literally just a button thingy. Like that's why it's called an orchestrator. The actual logic lives within functions, well, lives within the windows, which it lives within the buttons of the windows, which live within the functions that they call. This entire architecture is so fucking clean. Like, besides this UI shit, I've done such a good job on the fundamental backend side of this in relation to backend towards front end. It's just that I let AI fucking build my UI, and I should not have done that shit. Because I wanted to see it working. And that's basically what I'm trying to fix right now. And that's essentially what I'm trying to fix right now. Awesome. Let me see what the other part is here. Hold on. Shit. Wait. Why do I need to audit every self.parent? Why do I need to audit every self.parent? Is it because... But... It lives within the UI. It's contained within the UI, and you're just accessing it within the window orchestrator. I don't understand why you need to audit it. Can you explain that to me, please? Not all self.parent uses are the same thing. Some are fine, some are the conflation. Two different kinds of browser UI. Kind one. Qt parenting. Position modularity. Yeah, this is for the breadcrumb. No changes needed. Kind 2, reaching into the main window's guts. Wait. What do you mean it's reaching into the main window's guts? How is it used in that sense? That makes, I mean, that's going to be stuff that gets pushed into the window orchestrator, isn't it? Essentially, window orchestrator becomes main window. What does the browser UI have to do with that? Browser UI have to do with that? Is it because of like the move button where it's like it's technically using UI, like browser elements? Is that potentially something that elements in the sense of like I don't see where the, can you explain a little bit more about that, because I'm really confused. Browser window has nothing to do with start upload and all that stuff. That's the whole point of the refactor, is to centralize the things that coincide with the corresponding windows. Browser should not be touching that. Browser is just a window. But that's the whole point of the refactor, is that basically the buttons themselves live on window orchestrator, and then the actual browser is gonna just be a browser. Literally, it's just like a little, like like literally, if you can imagine it this way, like the actual browser square of the window where the files live that you can actually go in the breadcrumb trail, drag and drop, all that sort of stuff, just lives within that little square, and it gets called into window orchestrator. I don't understand why it would need to touch like start download or any of that kind of stuff. Or settings. The settings page. It does make sense for the upload, because there is the drag and drop upload option. So it does kind of make sense for that, but even then, that's a back-end function. I don't understand why it would need to have some sort of audit. I mean, you're just literally importing a function. It's all back-end. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you refactor it, then you don't need to be calling settings UI within the browser window like that. That's kind of what I hope that this describes it accurately in terms of what I'm looking to do. Nos vemos, papa. Ah. Bueno, papa, nos vemos. That's kind pattern. That's the kind 2 pattern, and it lives in orchestrator, not in browser. It happens because wait. The orchestrator reaching into the file manager's guts, setting the widget attributes, mutating state. Raw attribute assignments. That's the kind 2 pattern, and it lives in orchestrator, not in browser. It happens because file manager today exposes its widgets and state as public attributes, and the orchestrator treats it like a dictionary. That's correct. When you split file manager UI into upload window and download window, each window. No. I'm not saying to split that into the upload and download window. I corrected that a couple messages ago. I said that this should just be renamed to an upload/download situation. What I'm talking about refactoring is browser. Essentially, that's the current topic at hand. I don't understand why you keep confusing topics, dude. I'm okay with both the upload and download living within file manager. I just said that it should be updated with how it's actually named so it could be more accurate, because file manager is not an accurate name. It kind of sounds like browser. That's what I was trying to make. That was the point. That was the whole point I was making. That's why I was confused as to what's the difference between file manager and browser UI, because browser UI sounds like it should be a file manager. Does that make sense? Browser is not already clean. Browser is literally the one that's the least clean. It has the move window, it has the rename window, it has all these windows built out in it, and I want them to be separate windows. That's the whole thing that we've been. I think you're starting to hallucinate. We're barely into this conversation, dude. God damn. We're barely into this conversation. We're literally one question in and you're already hallucinating. This is like twice you almost fucking pushed me off on the wrong direction. If I didn't know what I was talking about, I'd be like, yup, and then I'd be just doing something that's wrong. Oh my god. I very explicitly said the architecture that I'm trying to do. Describe back to me the architecture of browser UI that I'm looking for. Okay, once again, I'm going to be extremely explicit with how I'm describing this architecture, and you have to describe it back to me because you're getting confused and you are hallucinating so much fucking shit all over the goddamn place. Good God. Fucking serious, dude. This is LLM shit. This is shit I still need to fucking figure out. Alright, I can draw on the back of this one. Okay. This is essentially what I'm trying to do. I wish you could see. I wish I could feed it this video feed. That'd be fucking cool. I actually technically can. I can just give it access to view my one window, and then you can actually see that, and you can actually work off of that. To be honest, it does like screenshots. Okay. So in a nutshell, what we're looking to do is this. Browser. I guess I'm working on this now. Fuck it. Window only. Browser SFTP feed. File feed. UI. And drag and drop and trash. That's it. That's all that lives there. Then you have move window. Then you have rename window. Then you have, what else is there? Settings window. Then you have upload. And then you have download. Then you have share UI file. Then you have settings, you have cron, window, and then you have, what else exists? Move window, rename window, settings, upload, download, cron window, time zone. Time zone tab. The time zone gets its own backend. Has own backend. So, in a nutshell, I think these are the only buttons that exist. I think these are the only buttons that exist. Let me just double check. Hold on, let me think. Just give me a second. I'm drawing it out. Drawing it out. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Each one of these, so this right here lives in Window Orchestrator. Then move button. Settings. Button. Cron window. Button. Oh shit, that fell over. I forgot that for a second. Full scan. Honestly, this is where full scan should live. That doesn't get a button. Rename window. Button. Upload, download. Button. Download. Button. Okay. This is essentially going to be the architecture for the refactor. The browser window has its own UI. What basically that is, it's going to be file. What that is basically going to be is an SFTP file feed UI. It basically is something that has the live folders in it. It also has the drag and drop capabilities and the trash. All of that is going to stay in the browser window UI. That gets called into, it's basically like a square that just has the drag and drop features, the trash functionality. Oh, move to trash button. And the trash button. And the trash button. So the trash button gets called into the window orchestrator, and then the browser gets called into the window orchestrator. No. And the trash button. So the browser, which is basically the SFTP feed UI and the drag and drop features with the breadcrumbs and all that other shit. Oh yeah, breadcrumbs. then the trash functions and like functionality, and in terms of drag and drop, and also the trash button, as well as the breadcrumbs, live in here. That's all browser related stuff. Then the SFTP browser UI that has the feed with the drag and drop capabilities and the breadcrumbs and the trash functions gets called into Window Orchestrator. The trash button then also gets called into Window Orchestrator. That's all that does. Now, Move window gets refactored out of the browser UI and gets its own UI file. It is then called into the window orchestrator through a button. Same with settings, which has time zone tab in it. Same with the cron window for scheduling scans, and then the full scan button is actually going to move into the cron window. Then the win file is going to exist in that as well. Wow, it is fucking shit today. Jesus, dude, what the hell is happening? The time zone backend though currently lives in settings underscore UI, and it needs its own backend file that goes in the utilities folder. Now, the cron window is going to absorb the full scan button. It's going to have the full scan button in it now, on top of being a cron window. And then that gets called into Window Orchestrator through a button that gets called through Window Orchestrator. Same with the rename window. It does the same exact thing. Upload and download is currently file manager, but we're going to rename that file to be to reflect upload and download more accurately. And each one of those windows that are constructed in there get called by Window Orchestrator through buttons as well. So Window Orchestrator is literally just a button orchestrator and a builder in terms of the actual main UI layout. It's the main UI layout and the actual buttons that do things, that call these backend UI elements / layouts / windows. Explain that back to me and let me know if that's clear or if you have any other questions, please. Thank you. God damn, dude. I think it's part 2. I am hungry already. Goddamn. I'm an hour in and I'm still on fucking question 1, dude. No way. Alright, I'm gonna pause for a split second. I gotta grab food. I have not eaten yet today. I'll be right back. I'm already hungry. Alright. 2 secs. Ah, God damn, dude. We are back. Oh, I got food in me. I feel so much better. Let's start this over here. Okay. So let's look at what this fucking thing said in relation to my fucking thing. Yes. This is so far correct. Correct. All right. So to answer question 1, the trash button is in relation to, works in relation to the trash functionality. Also drag and drop trash. That's why that would be included in there. In relation to the UI displaying different buttons. So there's also the delete button. I forgot to mention that too. That also has the like a permanent delete button, right? So it's like when you go into the trash folder, it changes the button layout. So the move to trash becomes a delete button. So that's basically why. It's like there's also the whatchamacallit button, the restore button. That's another one that exists in there. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm referring to the trash move to trash button versus the trash functionality. Is the move to trash button moves items to trash, but and honestly they could be separate, but the trash functionality needs to basically, when you go into the trash folder, it needs to add another button, which is the restore button and then the delete button. That's why I'm like splitting the two up basically in that sense. Move window, when extracted, is it meant to be its own standalone picker widget? Yes. For question 2, yes, that is exactly how it's supposed to operate. There already is a rename window. It exists in the browser_ui.py file. I'm talking about refactoring it. Number 4. Exactly. Basically, the window orchestrator calls the built layouts of the UI files through the buttons for the ones that have individual windows. Number 5. Same folder that you're describing right there, docOS interface utils folder. Yeah, that one. That's the folder that's the correct folder. Yep. The docOS interface utils folder. Yep. Exactly. The cron window would be also absorbing the scan progress and the scan result UI. Now, here's the one thing though. That's the progress bar is going to be the universal progress bar that I currently have a ticket there for right now. But that's pretty much, I think I answered all your questions there. Let me know if you have any others. Exactly. The trash button functionality is exactly as you described it. Move window, correct. B, and then they get called into A, and then A window orchestrator, and then the browser UI file essentially coordinates the logic for swapping the buttons. If you make them variable buttons, then they can just basically call a variable button and then an invisible button that then gets populated with the swap. So it's modular and based on variables instead of hard-coded buttons for that instance. regarding your trash question, so there's a rename button that exists. Just double check. I believe I'm correct. Yeah, there's a rename button. Oh, there's also a new folder button. And that's the one I'm talking about. When it gets a separate window, when you press the rename button, it pulls up a new window. And I think that window layout lives inside of the browser UI currently, and it needs to be refactored out. That shows up and basically enables you to enter a new name, and then you hit the OK button. It currently lives inside of the browser UI file, and it needs to get refactored out into its own file. The inline rename, in other words, where you double click a list item or press, yeah, that is part of the drag and drop features. That's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about an actual button that you can press that actually does pull up a rename window that you can then enter the variables into. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a window, not the equivalent of a drag and drop feature, where you could double click something and have it populate with the rename. That belongs to browser UI correctly. That correctly belongs to browser UI. I don't think you're actually searching the fucking code base. It is so hot. Correct. That's literally only for the trash. That's the last question. And yeah, other than that, yeah, do the ticket amendments, please and thank you. I still haven't hit question 1! Oh my god. Let's go to question 1 again. I forgot what it even was. I went on a tangent, but I think it was relevant. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my lord. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure it's not too dark. Alright, we can brighten that shit up now. Alrighty. Why file manager composition class rather than mixing like trash operations? Wiki context is correct and answer it in relation to the fucking ticket we just built out. Oh shit, I forgot to add the fucking new folder. It was sloppy scaffolding! It's true. It's true. Before we continue, there's one more button I need to add to the fucking ticket for the refactoring of the UI. There's also a new folder button that needs to be considered too. I forgot about that. It gets pulled from the browser UI window. File, not window. This is just like, I'm just taking a fucking hacksaw to this one, literally. It's just so fucking wrong. Like, these files, this is the shit that UI built. I mean, AI built. This is the shit that AI built. That was not my fucking architecture. We are fixing that shit. I mean, it tried to make my architecture, but it was not doing it right. It literally was just doing whatever it wanted. Alright, our upload/downloads fully async via rsync worker. Does any part of the transfer setup block the... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they both work through rsync worker. You can look at rsync worker wiki as well. Yeah, the rsync worker is the queue thread and it uses the rsync backend. The context is correct. Nice. Nice. All right. Wait, what? That's correct. I mean, but that's correct. I know it stalls the UI, but that's technically correct. To be honest, I mean, the problem there is a race condition with the actual SFTP browser window. It's like if you're moving stuff as it's not done yet, especially because it creates a temporary file as it fills up. That's how rsync works. So that's basically the problem there. Is it's filling it up block by block by block, and it's not actually a real file. So if you try to move it, it fucks up the entire upload. You can't do it. So that's why that's like that. I understand that it stalls the UI for deep/large folder trees and stuff like that, but when you're doing an upload, right? But that's the case. I mean, download, it's the opposite. So it's like you're downloading files, so it doesn't really matter. You know, that's the whole thing. What about putting a block on those specific files instead of the whole UI? Because if we put a block on being able to access or download, or I mean, move the specific files, I mean, technically we already have or like do anything or alter the specific files that are being uploaded. I mean, we already have a destination list. So we already have the variable. Technically, we could just put a freeze on those files within the SFTP section. So that would be more of SFTP backend file, potentially, kind of a situation. And then that gets called into the download UI. Upload UI, fuck. Upload page by the upload rsync function. Or we could just bake it right into the upload rsync function, yeah, on the back end, and then it just does it. So then that way it's just freezing the particular files. You can't touch them and you can't see them. Maybe we just make it a fucking filter. You can't see them at all until they're actually there. But then it's like the folder also needs to get frozen that it's being pushed into, because if you move that folder, it breaks rsync. All parent folders in relation to where the location is being that it's going to be uploaded to literally is like the file path itself is all the folders that get frozen minus the root of the drive itself. So things within the parent folders, like let's say if there's another branch folder inside of that where there's a secondary folder, technically then technically you can move the other folder because it's not affected. Then technically you can move that folder. Fuck, dude. Then technically you can move that folder because it's not part of the actual path that's currently being affected by the upload files. That's essentially the goal of that, though. That basically was it. Is just to not make any changes to the file base meanwhile you're doing an upload, because it could break the rsync. That was just like a big monkey patch, to be honest. It was like a big old just sloppy patch And yeah, we should actually make a better error handling system for that, or better safeties or guardrails for that. So I think that would be the better guardrail to approach it with. Yeah. It's so bad, dude. I don't have no fucking idea why it's doing that. Let's do that for it. This is in relation to question 2 still. God damn it, dude. I fucking hate Trump so fucking much, dude. God damn it, dude. God damn it. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I just saw this fucking news that pissed me off. He keeps trying to weaponize AI and it pisses me off so much because the way that he's trying to weaponize it is literally fucking sci-fi level bullshit. Literally. That's the fucking frustrating part. It's just, it's the entirety of like everything he's trying to do. It's like he's talking about giving people fucking glasses to be able to cross-reference every single person across a database of millions of files, and then basically be able to find people at a moment's notice. I'm like, do you realize how fucking computationally heavy and expensive that shit is? It would need literal infrastructure that would rival something like fucking OpenAI or Anthropic. It's such fucking nonsense, and they're not even doing it because it's not profitable. It's like, it's literally just more distractions. He scares people that do not understand how AI functions, because anybody who knows anything about AI knows that the infrastructure actually needed to accomplish something like that across thousands of agents basically monitoring millions of people simultaneously every second is not computationally feasible for the US government currently. They don't have the infrastructure for that. You would need to build server data centers. You would need to build huge data centers to actually just be able to run that shit. Oh my god, dude. It just pisses me off so bad, dude. It just pisses me off so bad. The most they'd be able to do is a couple here or there, but it's literally just sci-fi garble bullshit. Oh my god, dude. Pisses me off. Because that scares people about AI, dude. That's the whole point. It's just scaring people about technology that could actually free them. It's so insane. It's literally so fucking insane, dude. Question 3 of 25. Download queue. When multiple downloads are queued, are they executed sequentially or concurrently? They are sequentially. That's how rsync functions. You can reference the rsync backend. Also, the rsync worker thread. Dude, it just, oh my god, dude. I am not I understand fucking Silicon Valley people now. I understand why they get so pissed. I had this one friend that used to get so pissed at me, who would literally just like, not pissed at me. She would be like, you don't understand enough about computer science to be talking about, because I'd be like, just conceptualizing like just be putting together concepts, ideas, things like that, before I actually knew any of this shit. And she would just constantly tell me that, and I was like, I felt like she was just trying to like put me down, but in reality she was right. It's like there's just things that are just not, it's like they don't work that way, and people don't fucking know that because they don't study it. They think you have an idea about something and you can imagine something and it's just feasible. And technically, I'm not against that concept, because that's how new innovations are generated. Technically, yes, but when they treat it like it's gonna be happening tomorrow, that pisses me off. Alright. Where it's like the workload to do something like that is actually, like the actual workload to do something like that is just not feasible currently. Or you need to do months or years worth of fucking work to actually make that one concept come to life. It's so frustrating, dude. Alright, what strategies does... Alright, let me see something. Correct. Alright. What strategies does the folder download dialog offer you can reference rsync worker and rsync backend for that. Yeah, wiki context is correct. There is questions and prompts that pop up in relation to the folders. Like, do you want to download the folder? Do you want to download the files in the folder? So on and so forth. Those are the kind of strategies and options that are offered. And then the delete and all that sort of stuff, and then ignore existing, that is in reference to either continuing or pausing and stopping. Continuing is for ignore existing, and then delete is for deleting the, like, if you stop the actual download process. Does that make sense? Can you cross-reference that with the code base, please? Thank you. And also the files I mentioned. Dude, this pisses me off that it's slowing down so bad. It doesn't. Essentially, just reference the queue thread for rsync worker, that you'll see all your answers there. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, dude. Alright, we back. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna check my phone anymore for the rest of the day. I'm sorry. This has been taking my time away today. To be honest, the phone has been taking my time away today. No, wait, where is it then? It should be an rsync backend. Yeah, that's the function I'm talking about. Does not change rsync flags at all. Well, I mean, rsync flags are never changed. They're hard coded. The rsync flags themselves are not changed. They are literally just hard coded as is. I don't think there is any way to actually change those flags. Sorry about that. I fucked up there. They are hard coded, so partial is basically the only thing that is actually on. I think I'd made some architecture to be able to change stuff, but I don't think they're actually touched in any other way, shape, or form. Yeah, that's right. Wait, also make a ticket for that though, please. For question 4. Fuck. 4. We need to address that and fix it. Q525, what is the rationale for supporting both single folder and list of files modes? Okay. So the purpose for question 5 there essentially is in the case that the user wants to download the files inside of a folder or the folder itself. So basically it's like, do you want to download the folder or do you want to download the files? You can check that against the code base, please. Thank you. Direction notes select. Wait, I'm not understanding the actual. Ah! I see. The hidden file one. A and B, please. Or actually, maybe A and C. Then reference BT240 within the new ticket as well, and in the answer. That way they are parallel tickets. They are separate issues. I mean, technically they should both be pulling from the same location. So that's another thing that needs to be fixed there too, where it's like there's one source of truth regarding that functionality. That way they're not both operating and stating different functions to actually that both do the same exact thing. That way I can just change one of them. Modularity is king. Oops, I forgot about doing that. So essentially that's what they replied. I don't understand how I was over here, meanwhile I was over here. That was weird. Oh my god! A and C. I said no more cell phone. My friend sent me a message and I had to look at it. Alright. Why does select destination check is uploading status before opening the remote browser file? What? Why is this doing that? I just realized something. Selector mode is its own separate window too. It's gonna need, for the other refactor ticket that we have in relation to the move button, I believe move actually uses that selector. So maybe we need a centralized like selector file slash anything that's like reused in multiple locations, although I think selector might only be the only one that's actually used like that, potentially. This is not in relation to the question that you asked. Oh, beautiful. Alright, yes, thank you. That's what I was worried about. Yeah, add an explicit note, please. Thank you. I don't actually remember why select destination would check is uploading status. To be honest, it might have something to do with freezing the select destination button, maybe? That's the only thing I can actually think of. This part was sloppy as shit. I built over this thing like 4 times, 5 times. Ah, well. I knew it affected something with like pending upload kind of a situation. I knew that did something like that. Yeah, you see it does tie to the path freeze guardrails. A and B, please. Thank you. Yeah, this is like old scaffolding. This is just essentially old scaffolding that it's basically like a trigger. I was using it like a trigger. That's the nut. Explanation in a nutshell, but yeah, feel free to expand on that. I'm only on question 6 in hour 3, dude. I'm supposed to be starting file 2 already. God damn. That one opening fucking side thing fucked me up, and then I took an hour for lunch, so it's not actually 3 hours. We're on hour 2, but actually hour 1 of the actual answering questions and shit. Alright. BT 361. Yes. Okay. Question 7. Select remote source. The function implements 3 distinct code paths from No selection, single item, and multiple items. What are the design implications for rsync behavior in each case? Implement 3 distinct code paths for no selection, single item, and multiple items. I believe that this is actually for pure UI use. In the sense that this essentially populates a prompt, some sort of emit, where it's saying like downloading like whatever X amount of items or the multiple items, and then it feeds the actual UI based on the variables that it's outputting from that. I believe that's what use case. Just double check for me though, please and thank you. I believe that's the thing, because I remember actually an rsync worker that actually is a thing. Yep. There's multiple uses. Yeah. Path 3's cancel branch sets empty string instead of the proper reset. Ooh, that's the one. That bug is definitely worth noting, without a doubt. Holy shit. And then write the answer summarizing that. And then, yeah, please make that small ticket A and B. Thank you. I want the actual lyrics so I can actually sing it. Hold on. That's the word. Pagliaccio. Let's see. Where's the lyrics? Ridi pagliaccio e ognuno applaudrà. Ridi pagliaccio e ognuno applaudrà. I think that's how it goes, something like that. I want to sing that someday. That's a good fucking, I would love to learn how to sing that. Ridi pagliaccio e ognuno applaudirà. Ridi pagliaccio e ognuno applaudirà. I can't believe the lyrics are so short for that. That is like such a fucking like, oof. Translate this to English, watch. It's so goddamn sad. Laugh, clown, everyone will applaud. It will turn to spasm. Turns to spasm and the crying into jokes. Into a grimace of hiccups and the pain. Ah, laugh, clown. At your broken love. Oh! Laugh at the pain that poisons your heart. Ah! Poor Pagliaccio! How does multiple items selected path construct full paths from dialogue? Okay. Necessary. Filed and answered. How does multiple items selected path construct full paths from dialogue, current path, and individual entry names? And why is path normalization? I can't remember that one. There is a way. There is a thing. I remember building that. I can't remember what it does. How does multiple items selected path construct full paths from? But the thing is, you see, that's the thing there again. So it's like, this is back end. While this is like front end stuff, I mean, but like I'm saying, like the actual like, all of these pieces, I feel like they should be in the rsync. A separate file overall. I think this entire thing needs to be refactored into 2 different files, to be honest, because one of these should be layout and the other one should be logic. There's a lot of logic happening for a fucking UI file. You know what I mean? But I can't remember, to be completely honest. You have to look it up in the code base and just give me back some input on that for context, please and thank you. Let's see, 33, 0, 19. 19, 35, okay. We're 6 p.m. for, that's not too bad. We're 9, what, 19%? That's not. Oh, there's the loop. Yeah, it's a loop that goes through each one. I built this back in fucking December, dude. This is like forever ago. I remember addressing this in the past though. I do remember that. I agree. Let's make that smell into a ticket. PO6 path. PO6 path, that one, that comment you made. Make a new ticket for that. For the split lines and logic lines, all that sort of stuff, or rename all that. I agree with B, and I think that there should be a centralized location for splitting the actual paths. So then that way we just have one naming convention / syntax for the actual paths themselves. One source of truth for that gets called everywhere that needs it. Instead of having multiple, because that's something that we keep restating over and over and over again. That needs to be fucking fixed. And then also I agree with the layout controller split that you said as well. Upload and download stay together. Yeah. Ridi pagliaccio e gnum applaudirà. Ridi pagliaccio e gnum applaudirà. I want to nail that. Oh my god, I want to sing that song so bad, dude. Pavarotti was badass, yo. That cat was awesome. Oh my goodness, that voice. Oh, what a fucking voice. Holy fucking shit. I have so much work ahead of me, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I have literally so much work ahead of me. What is the design purpose of branching on whether a single folder or multiple items are dropped? And how does this parallel to the logic in select source? What? What is the design of branching whether a single folder or multiple items are dropped? Okay. Well, the purpose of that is basically, so I think it's in relation to how rsync works. I don't think rsync can actually upload folders. I think that's what it was. Something along the lines of that. I think it can. Maybe, I think it has something to do with that. But it also, honestly, from my gut reaction and memory, I think it most likely was just something I over-engineered. And I was like, oh, people should be able to pick if you want to download the files inside the folder, the actual folder itself. And I think that might have just been my own ass fucking over-engineering, because that sounds like something I would do. My brain wants it to be that it was actually logical due to the actual infrastructure for how rsync functions, but my body is telling me yes, baby. I don't want to hurt nobody, but there's something that I must confess. I don't see nothing wrong. Basically, that I just over-engineered it. Aw, you didn't enjoy my fucking no mention on the R. Kelly ridiculousness that I just did? Nothing? Honestly, then this would be cleaner. To be honest, if rsync has flags where I can download the folder as itself, then honestly that might be cleaner to just restructure that around the flags instead of actually just going through SFTP, building a new folder, doing all that shit. It's just too much. What do you think about that? Making a ticket about that. I didn't say be honest, but honestly. Ridi Pagliaccio e non applaudirà. No further comment. I know my place filling ticket. You got no personality, son. What happened? Come on, dude. You gotta be a little goofy. Ridi Pagliaccio e ognuno applaudirà. It might be. There is currently a ticket regarding this, I believe, and the other thing is there needs to be a centralized location for this. I believe we might go ahead with also, I think the ticket says to fix it so it includes that. And there needs to be a centralized location for that. That gets fed everywhere else. That uses it. Ridi Bagliaccio e ognum applaudira dira. I want to sing that song for real. I want to learn that song so bad. Ridi Bagliaccio e ognum applaudira dira. I want to learn that song. Don't make fun of me. Oh wow, I just realized I don't have my fucking lights on. Ah! My headphone. That's why I look so fucking just. There we go. You can see my little. Ooh, I got a little light there. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. A and B, please amend BT 240 or 360 as well, and actually make if they both coincide with each other, then you can make them reference each other because they're relevant to each other. I want to sing that song. Oi! If I can at least finish 50 today, or 75, that would be like the most ideal situation. Why does this helper reset as folder download strategy? Wait, what? This might be a bug, but to be honest, this is another thing that should be tied into the new ticket that we just added about setting flags for rsync in general.
They call me Cuban Pete. When I said my maracas there go, sick boom, sick boom.
The function includes defensive checks for widget existence using ATAR. What life cycle scenarios can cause widgets not to be initialized yet? What? Update source display. They wouldn't. They wouldn't be initialized. Not. We are restructuring the entirety of the UI architecture based around it being within Window Orchestrator. So, I mean, technically, yes, we need some error handling for that, potentially. Am I misunderstanding the question? Also, check it against the code base, please. Thank you. And if you need any feedback, let me know. Okay, thanks. Bye. I hope it doesn't take that as an actual buy. Oh my god. Run it. A, please and thank you. And also B, actually, go for it. We should readdress it after we finish the architecture, just afterwards. Add that to the ticket that we're going to add to, for us, for B. I almost reached my phone. God damn, dude. I can't believe I almost reached for my phone. That's insane. Like, I actively am craving to reach my phone. That's fucking nuts. I feel like I'm rog dogging boredom borderline. It's like I'm like I keep singing and like doing all this other shit because I'm trying not to be bored. Oh, it's the Q stacked widget. Upload and download screens are both appended. Why does the function? Why does the function only update button start download when the current stack widget equals download widget? And what happens during the screen transitions? What? Why does the function only update button start download when the current stack widget equals download widget? And okay, I think it's because the start download button becomes the pause download button. The pause download button, which also has a stop download button in the pause screen. I believe that's the case. Double check. This is also the case with upload, by the way. Why is everything revolving around download? That's another question. I'm gonna undo my hair. I'm gonna fucking, ugh. Oh, that's nice. Ridi Pagliaccio e alguma applaudira. Yeah. A and B, and then fold it into 363. Since basically what it should be a centralized button state management location. Start upload. The upload process disables multiple input fields across the upload and download screens. What is the architectural reason? Because we don't want to be able to upload more files. We have to finish the job before they can only work linearly. The jobs work on linearly. There's no queue. Technically, that could be something we build in, but it's not really worth it, to be completely honest. For a 1.0, meh. Maybe we could build in that functionality later. That could be a ticket, but that's like later down the line, where it could actually operate multiple uploads and downloads simultaneously. Yeah, that's worth adding eventually, but for now, not really a priority. That would just be a matter of building a queue. FAR 57. God damn. Alright, let's see here. Filing. I believe it's only counting the total files. It should not be counting folders, because the files are the actual bit values that are actually being transferred. Like that is like the actual data. Like folders are like negligible, like 1 byte, you know, like in terms of the amount of data that they actually occupy. So they're not considered in the overall progress. Yeah, but that's why I'm just... Progress tracked is by file, but the reason is because the files equals the amount of data actually being transferred. It inherits the properties of the file, which is the amount of the size. It inherits the properties of each file, which would be the size of the file, essentially. It's like saying it's the same shit. Not 1 for 1, granted, but here's another thing. Oh shit, here's another ticket worth actually mentioning. There is a centralized progress bar that I am building. It's a ticket in this. This should reference that. Actually, this should be tied to that, to be honest. Wait, what's this? Multi-item path. Paths can contain both files and folders. Technically correct. Also, that's a valid observation relating to files and folders being able to be in the actual consideration, because you need to actually walk down the folders to find all the files and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, this should be restructured, to be honest. But this is the other thing. It's going to be referring to that one ticket as well. So we basically need to find the new variables to actually apply to that universal centralized progress bar. Global, not universal. So there should be two tickets there. One of them is essentially going to be for the variables that we're going to be setting for both upload and download, because they are the same. And then the should be tied to the actual progress bar itself. That's just another side note there. It's only been 10 minutes since the last time I checked my phone. Fuck. I'm gonna check my phone. The Raspberry Pi community is fucking flourishing with this AI shit. I'm getting antsy as fuck. Start download. The function implements a download queue mechanism for sequential processing. What triggers? I think that might have been something that was done in the past. Added in the past because I was potentially going to be doing a queue like that. I think it might have had something to do with that, or I think it might be something to do with how the actual rsync is populated. Like there might be a queue that's fed through a loop. Might be something like that. I can't remember, dude, to be completely honest. Is it even being used anymore, actually? Or is it like in the sense that it might still be used, but is it arbitrary now? The download one, the download window is the one I fucked up on the most. Oh my god. 8 more. After this one, there'll be 8 more. Alright, I actually want to swap music now because this has been like a lot. I want to listen to Spangle again. But I got flagged recently because of that. No, I'm gonna get screamed at by the fucking thing. Because they play the stuff, like the tracks, it's a DJ set, so it's literally just playing the songs. I need a better kind of mellow. I might just listen to fucking chill hop radio, to be honest. What is it called? Lo-Fi Girl. I'm not subscribed? How am I not subscribed to Lo-Fi Girl? I totally should have been. Okay. Ah! It's basically for syncing, for basically, it's like my little trigger per item. Both, please. A and B. Thank you. The bird's actually here, by the way. See? Well, as a list, you can run len on it. So then you can actually see how many items, and you can actually, there's a lot of functions to that. And also you can run it during iterations, during any kind of for loop or anything like that. I mean, there's way more benefits to having a list than a string. I mean, come on. I feel like this is kind of a weird question. But double check that against the code base. I believe that was the initial intention, was basically so you can have iterations, and because it is errored, or for use for len on something or something like that. I feel like this is just being like testing me about like if I know my fucking code. Oh my god, I don't remember like a lot of the like intentions behind all that, but I'm gonna have to restructure it anyway, so I fucking need to remember that. Wait a second. Here's another ticket that we gotta fucking add, is we need one single source of truth for those variables between in relation to question 17, for those kinds of like how it processes the lists, all that sort of stuff, like all these like questions that we've been answering, it should be parallel to each other. They should have one source of truth for how they process this data. There shouldn't be two paths. And once again, this is the difference between like back end. This is still like really back end logic. So this also fuels that one ticket that we added where we were talking about splitting this into two files, where it's like a back end version and then a front end side of it as well for this download/upload stuff. This is in relation to question 17 and the previous questions before then. Browser drag to local, I think, was actually taken out, by the way. That's a download function, right? If it's the upload where it's like from local drag to the actual browser window, that's different. But once again, that's also backend, dude. What the fuck? That shouldn't be there. I feel like this is just not an organized file. I did not touch this. And you could tell I didn't touch this, dude. It's so crazy. Such sloppy code, dude. I need to fix that shit. This is embarrassing. It's honestly, it boils down to the fact that I did not know how to architect this shit correctly from the get-go, because at first I was just building an upload function. And that was it. I'm gonna get up for a split second and just like walk around because I'm like getting super antsy, dude. Did you die there, my little moth friend? God damn it. Do-ba-dee-do-ba-da, life goes on, life goes on. Alright, let's see what we got here. Stop transfer, the cleanup logic, branches. Alright, let's see what it did actually. Nice. Ready, Q19. Stop transfer, cleanup logic, branches is download flag. That's correct. What edge cases exist if rsync worker doesn't accurately reflect the transfer type? Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't rsync worker reflect the correct transfer type? This is my baby. Once again, every once in a while I come up here and show you her because she is perfect. She is, if you want to see absolute perfection, you need look no further than this little baby right here. Her name is Miss Leia. Hey, Poops McGee. I love you. Do you love me? Like, that's why I came here. Here, lay down. Lay downs with me. Lays downs with me. You haven't laid downs with me in a long time, okay? Just let the cuddles happen. Let the cuddles happen. Okay, fine. We respect our babies. I'm sorry, Leia. She got scared. Thankfully, that's why we have that little safety here. But she smacked her fucking legs there. Just smacked it off my face, and woof. I hope that didn't damage the cable too bad. If it did, it's fixable, to be honest. Why wouldn't? It's set by the UI and the action. I mean, what would be stopping it from actually doing that? And then the different deletion strategies is because is download is essentially the local side, and then is upload would be the other side. Also, for is upload, actually, this is also worth noting, this needs to be tied to the actual watchdog action ticket that we're building out. So this has to be an action that gets fed into that too, by the way. That's something worth noting as well. But I honestly can't think of a reason why rsync worker would not state accurately the transfer type. That would be so weird. That's such a weird edge case. If you can think of any edge cases, please, I welcome them before you add anything. If you can think of any edge cases, please, I would welcome them. What does this button mean? Uninitialized? Oh, I don't want an Obsidian account. I don't need that shit. What? No. Why would I want this centralized? Do ba dee, do ba da, life goes on. Oh, da 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 da, life goes on. Alright, this is definitely the more annoying one out of all these. What's next? We're in File Manager. Scan Utils next? That was my first hour of work right there today. Alright, next would be register drive dialog. That one's not too bad, actually. Same famous last words. Alright, scan utilities is going to be annoying. Setup trace window. We're going to do up to that, hopefully. We're going to 3 more files. That should equal almost 200, 100 today. Like 80, almost 90 files today. That would put us at 2 change. 2 more days. For download cleanup with multiple items, the function iterates through the source selection, yes, and constructs target paths. How does this handle the source? It should be using destination. It should be using the destination, not the source. Why would it use the source for the download cleanup? For upload cleanup, that doesn't make sense. It should be the opposite way around, too. It should always be the destination source because it's supposed to delete the files for the destination. Am I going crazy? Answer that before actually doing anything, please. Yeah, it's built from the bit. Why is it building it? Why is it not just using it? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because the sources don't exist. You're only selecting the destination. The destination is the folder. It doesn't have the actual file name. You need the file name in order to be able to delete it. That makes sense. My bad. So it's just pulling from that to construct the destination delete file names. That makes sense. You don't have to do that ticket. I don't see why there should be a ticket. That is cleaner. That manifest idea is cleaner. To be honest, that is a lot cleaner. Pulling variables is way cleaner than constructing them. Let's go for it. I want to be doing like a Sudoku or something. Like, fuck. I want to be like working on something. Shit, dude. I'm like, I don't like waiting. Which one did it say was next? We're going to File Manager. Scan Utilities, that's next. Because you have the one directory that you're doing the actual destination, and then you're running through the iteration of the source selections. That makes sense? It's in relation to the previous answer. You're basically constructing the delete files per iteration. I don't want to have to read all this fucking code, all this fucking lines. Wait, BT 177, that's a while ago. Are you sure you're referring to that one? Just double check that before you do anything. Both. And also referencing the other one that you mentioned, 360. It smells like rain. Poopy! Poopy. Leia. Poopy girl. I'm gonna go ask. Hi, girly. Hi. You see, my neighbors right now, they're playing super loud music. Does it bother me? Fuck no. Because it's loud, but it's not loud in here. It's loud out there. I don't give a fuck about that. I have the window open, the door open, and you can barely hear it. But if you step outside, you can totally fucking hear it. But it doesn't matter. What does matter is when it's so fucking loud that it shakes my windows from the other property. That matters. Alright, let's see what we got here. Q 22 to 25. A 225. Alright, so create, download, config. Function falls back to input destination if. Well, you can't hit the download button if you don't have a destination. I don't think it actually returns anything. I don't think you can even press the download button unless you have a destination. Double check that. But I believe there's a safety for that. Like some sort of guardrail. Both is all good. Yeah, run it. Well, stop requested is a pause. I think that should be renamed first of all. It should trigger the rsync worker to just continue again. It should, I think that falls under rsync backend. It uses the partial flag. Oh yeah, there it is right there. Yeah. So that's essentially what it's using in order to be able to continue the actual, it's like re-triggering the download request or the upload request. And it's using that, it's taking advantage of that mechanic from the -- partial flag. Obadi, Obada, life goes on, oh, life goes on. Obadi, Obada, life goes on, oh, life goes on. There's two things here I need to fucking get rid of. Hold on a sec. This not being addressed yet. That not being done. If Wiki write action, read LLM. This is actually already covered. What the fuck? That bug right there actually is in reference to my code base. That should be a ticket. The only thing in this page that I actually need to do is these two here. This and that. Nothing. Nothing. This is relying purely on the partial flag. It literally just, it's really solid. I mean, that's the reason why I use rsync. It's because it's very fucking robust when it comes to error handling and regarding this kind of stuff. Am I avoiding answering the question by saying that? Should I have other more robust error handling regarding this? But I think rsync can handle it. What? If the rsync binary was missing, it wouldn't launch the actual download. In the entire fucking file, the program is being shipped with the rsync binary. What? That is a non-issue there. Technically, you're right. No per item failure. Yeah, there could be some robustness there. That's a fair one. You're right. rsync's file level robustness does not cover Q level on the UX side. Correct. Let's do that. So A, and then make the ticket in relation to what we're talking about right there for the Q level failure for B, yeah. But also note that the binary missing handling is never going to be a thing. Dude, that's so annoying that it does this. Just a quick check. Is there a ticket inside of the tickets for inside my wiki where it's add host to to slash .ssh slash config, so if sticks in setup after init and after local setup, that's a note that I have in my notebook, and I just want to make sure that that's either a ticket or something can reference something to that, or if something that references that, because I just want to know if that's like a non-issue that I put a note for that became a ticket. This is before I actually had the ticket system, actually. Potentially. Ah! Sweet. Thank you. Okay, so that now I remember what that's in reference to. All right. Thank you. I can write it off, so then it's like it's in my tickets. $40 and $36. You know what? Solid use. Because it doesn't need to check screen context. It doesn't need that. Also, yeah, check out the ticket regarding the global progress bar, and just double check that in the fucking code base. I think it just needs the actual iteration of the item that it's on. I don't think it actually needs to check the screen context. I needed coffee. That's what I needed, dude. Oh my god. Hold on a second. There it is. We can add the music up a little bit, yeah? Nice. Mellow as shit. It's fine. Do the thing, run it. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna do a Sudoku. This takes like 3 to 5 minutes usually. That's roughly how long it takes me to do a 9x9 easy. Like 3 minutes, more or less. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 2 here. Cool. The one that I play, the Sudokus I play, I try not to. I play the ones where like you can only get 3 wrong, and if you get 3 wrong, you fail. And I am making it a thing where if I fucking get 3 wrong, that's it. It's over. No retries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 here. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Cool. 1, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Let's see. There's a bunch of 9s here all over the fucking place. I think we're almost done with the 9s. There's only 1 9 left. 2 9s left. Yeah, that's 1 9 here. That's the other 9. Done with the 9s. Cool. 1, 2. Let's do the 3s real quick. Three. Oh, son of a gun. This is actually 4. 4, 4. We're done with 4s. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Let's try 1s. Let's see what we got for 1s. Oh, I got a 1 right there. I got another 1 right there. Let's see, 2s. 2 would be 1, 2. Oh, that's the missing number in this last box. We finished a box. Cool. 2, and that's a 2 there. 2, 2, 2, and that's a 2 there. 2, 2, 2, and that's a 2 there. And that's it for 2s almost. Let's see. 2, 2, 2, 2, and that's the last 2. Awesome. We got 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any 6s there? That's a 6 there. Oh, motherfucker! I got 1 wrong. Oh, son of a gun. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not the same now. It's not a perfect one. I actually react that way every single time. I get like viscerally affected by that. It's so real. So if that's 3, then 3 can't go there, so 3 has to go here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. 5, 5, 5, and this is a 5 there. 5, 5. Alright. 5, 5, this is 5 here. 5, this is 5 here. 5, 5, this is 5 here. Done with 5s. 1, 2, 3. Almost done. I'm so close. I'm so close. This has to be 1 here. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's not a lot of 8s anywhere. 8. That's an 8 there, which means that's an 8 there. Which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good, 7. This means that's a 7 here, which means 1, 2. That's a 1 there, and that's a 1, 1. That's a 1 there. Cool. 1,
2, we're speeding it up. 1, that's another one. I think that's the last one. Yep. 1, 2, 3. 3. 3 is annoying. 1, 2. That's a 3 there. 5! Okay, hold on. We got 2. We got one more wrong that I can get here. 1, 2, 3, fucking 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7, son of a. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6. That is quite fucking annoying, dude. Let me tell you. One, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I got just the rest of these I can just fucking figure out. 7. This is 7 here. Cool. 7 here. That's 7 there. Cool. 7. I could do autocomplete, but we don't do that. We try to fucking chill the fuck out during it and try to basically get everything, even though we're basically almost done. It shows self-restraint. That's the purpose of that shit. This is 6 here. Oh my god, dude, this scared the shit out of me. I got a fucking rumble in my goddamn phone. And it made it basically fucking... Oh, we're just finished. Alright, hold on. I gotta finish this Sudoku. I'm almost done. 6 minutes in. 1, 2. This is slow. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Cool. Which means 8 here. Cool. Which means 8, 8, 8 here. Cool. That's it for 8s. Now we gotta finish 6s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 here. 3 here. And one more 3 here, and that's it for 3s, and then 1, 6, and that's it. I hate that there's like fucking 12 ad screens for Temu. It just makes me want to not like Temu. Best time is 3 minutes. Difficulty easy, 6 minutes, 46 seconds. That was much slower than I was expecting, but yeah. We're not done with the session, dude. Holy shit. Register drive dialogue is next in queue. All right, let's run the next set of questions. Run it. But that explains all the issues I was having yesterday. Freaking, I was working with goddamn Sonnet. I was thinking it had the million context window of fucking Opus. Oh my god, dude. Starting at the top. Pending questionnaire. Register drive dialogue. 1 of 22. Is uniqueness checked against existing track drives or... Honestly, at 14 character alphanumeric, we're at let's see, 100, 1,000, million, billion. Just numerically, we're at 1 in 99 trillion
chance of having a repeating alphanumeric, oh, randomly generated number. $999 billion. We're in a one out of 99 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999 chance of having a repetitive randomly generated number. When you add alphabet letters to each digit, that multiplies it, I believe, by 25 or 26. How many letters are in the alphabet? 26? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, 25? I don't think it's necessary to check for collisions because statistically, odds are you're not going to make one. Should it have a safety? Meh. Maybe. Is it necessary? Not really. Would that be the stronger way to go about it? More robust? Yeah. You know what? Let's add one, sure. But also note that, yeah, that it's odds are you're not gonna have a repeating number. That's multiplied 25 times by digit, actually. Holy shit. Because you have 25 iterations and then you have double letters then on top of that. So it's like, yeah, dude, that's a lot. Quick thing before we continue, can you actually get the context for the rest of these questions for this file? And actually just do the same for just for this file. I don't want to fucking bombard it. Shoo! And also get the same for question 1 just because, just to include it. We're so close. We're so close to finishing these questions, but also that fucking dude, you know who I'm talking about, is not looking too hot. Every day we're one day fucking closer. Every day we're one day closer. God damn it, dude. I want that fool gone. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I can't wait. Every day I see a fucking worse news about that dude, I'm like, I am happy as a clam. Multi-drive flow. Why stop Watchdog for each drive and only restart after the last? Four stops. Alrighty. All right. I think it's stopping the watchdog per drive, but only restarting after the last, because it's when it does a scan. Is this in relation to like the actual scans themselves? Like for, yeah, basically the watchdog does interfere with the scan. It's doing a manual input. But that being said, I thought I reworked that to basically run through safe write. Which uses the watchdog to actually write the manual to the database. So basically everything's running through there for writing to the database, so then that way I don't need to actually turn off the watchdog. I think that's the case. But it also might interfere because once the drive is registered, the watchdog might try to start putting in all the drives. Of the trying to add items to the database simultaneously, so it might interfere. I think it might have been a safety, to be honest. But turning it off doesn't make sense if it is going through so BT222 technically that's an action, not a That would be a separate thread, a separate watchdog thread. Technically, it's an action. It's not a auto logger for the database. That's a different thread. That makes sense. That needs to be folded into BT222 as terms of the responsibilities of that new watchdog thread for actions. So that is an upgrade that we need to do. 6 o'clock, dude. And I definitely needed coffee. That's the crazy part. The fucking unsettled feeling was the need for coffee. The coffee fucking... That's not good. That's not a good sign. Alright. Cleanup registration. Best effort for... Best effort SSH cleanup on cancel. If the cleanup SSH commands themselves fail, our partial registration's orphaned. Is there a reconciliation path? Honestly, once again, you're right. Technically, it does fuck up. So the actual action needs to be... It needs to actually finish. Like if you trigger the process, it needs to run the process. So honestly, that doc action watchdog thread that's going to be built would actually resolve that, to be honest. This is an error that's worth mentioning with that within the scope of the actual expansion as well. Please and thank you. But I think it would be solved within the... I think it would be solved by that. Is this for the progress bar? What is the use of this? I need more context. Ah, this is for error messaging. This is strictly for debugging purposes, I believe. So this actually needs to be tied into the proper Python logging ticket that we have there, if that's the case. And the 60 seconds, honestly, I think that is a generic number. The wiki context is correct. That's the cancel functionality that was added. Actually, the wiki context is correct, but then this is also something that needs to be added to the as an error robustness for the scan functionality of the worker thread that's going to be added for the watchdog. It's alphanumeric, so there should be no special characters possible. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, wiki context is correct. The wiki context is correct. This needs to be added into the action watchdog thread as well for the ticket. This needs to be patched over to that. Wiki context. Step 4 waits for watchdog to reach active state before stopping. Doesn't race and in flight. Reconcile. Exactly. This should be run through the API tool eventually. Honestly, this polling is necessary because I mean, that's actually my version of the systemd blocking mechanism, to be honest. But the wiki context is correct, and also I think this is going to be negated once I have the actual local API set up, and then for the reads, and also for the actual watchdog action thread as well. Am I correct in that? Just double checking first. I want to be walking around and doing stuff. I am so antsy. Yep, run it. And also worth noting, yeah, that it's not a... that my polling system is not a arbitrary thing or arbitrary system, that it is a reasonable equivalent for the Pi build. I am antsy, dude. I am super antsy. I want to keep doing things, and I'm just like... it's like I'm at the very fucking end of answering these questions. I'm like 600 questions in, dude. This is a lot of questions. I gotta close my window. Wiki context is correct again. Nine of 22. I'm only halfway through the second file, dude, and we are 5 hours and change into this. God damn it, 5 hours into this one. I still have another like 4 hours to go, to be honest. If I can get another 4 hours in, I could finish another 2, I think. Potentially. 5.5 hours. Fuck. Wiki context is correct again, and also yes, this is definitely a error that's worth creating more robust error handling systems around. I wish I had a standing desk, that way I could stand up. Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Run, 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 run away. Whoa, yeah, yeah. Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Run, 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 run away. Oh, yeah, 11 of 22. This is the the is last drive logic skips watchdog restart for non-final drives if the user cancels after registering. That is important to note in terms of an error, and that's a definite bug without a doubt, 1000%. And then also needs to be added to the other watchdog ticket that we're talking about. I think it's BT222 and 229. I think you're correct. It's the watchdog action thread tickets. That is an important fucking bug right there, my friend. I'm halfway through this file. We're actually doing good time on this one, to be completely honest. I might end up fucking redesigning the entire fucking watchdog flow system. I have to do that eventually anyway. Son of a gun. Boom, boom, cha, boom, 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 cha, boom, boom, cha, boom, 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 cha, boom, boom, cha. I have 9 questions left. 9 questions left. 9 questions left. 10 questions left, son of a gun. Both file system and database, but there's a time of check to time of use gap. What happens if the drives are mounted between That is a fair point. I don't know if that would actually be, I mean, this is a fair point. It is an edge case, but it is a fair point. this is error handling that belongs to the watchdog action ticket as well, to be honest, for anything revolving around the scan. I think that this is something that's worth considering overall. Honestly, that's kind of why the actual safe write queue exists. In the case of the drive being unplugged, it only has these things that have actually been scanned thoroughly, and then it would add those, and then it would fail the scan. It would have to restart the watchdog, and then it would need to be triggered again to actually do the scan again, either by cron task or by manual trigger on the application. It's not a very complex challenge. I mean, it just literally is just stop the scan, restart the watchdog, and then keep going. But I mean, I'm assuming that would be if just the drive failed or the drive was pulled out and the entire Raspberry Pi was on. Now, if the entire Raspberry Pi was off, once again, this is solved by the safe write, to be honest, and then the watchdog gets turned back on right after it's done, and then anything that wasn't actually scanned and added to safe write, then it's not actually on queue to actually be written. So it's not written in yet, correct? But the drive is definitely registered, so that means that there's definitely a trash at that point, which is an important part of the architecture. And this is constantly checking anytime on boot. So the next time you turn it on, that's what would happen, and then it would be triggered by, once again, manual scan or by the cron scan, one or the other. I'm getting warm again.
I was just worrying about something that's not necessary to worry about, but we're good. Why are untracked drives filtered by set subtraction instead of querying the database? That's the only way that you can find out. You are querying the database by subtracting the mounted from tracked, because the leftover is the untracked. You can't know what's not tracked unless you subtract the tracked. What? Also, in relation to question 13, this should be tied to the API tool that we're going to have in relation to the actual being able to read the database to be able to see what the tracked are. So that actually is also worth noting in both the ticket and the answer. The text button updates based on selection count. If a user selects and deselects drives very quickly, could there be a race condition between the button text and actual selection? For question 14, maybe that might be worth looking into in terms of having like some sort of ticket placed in relation to that. There could be potentially some race condition. Can you compare into the code base to see if you can find any there? And if so, I mean, or if not, I mean, we should definitely add a ticket for that. Even though the wiki context says that it's not fires on GUI thread, no cross-thread race. Oh, I just saw the wiki context said that it fires on GUI thread, there's no cross-thread race. My bad. Seven more questions left. Appending mounts population from selected items. Between this call and register next, could the user click the list and modify the selection, or is the list already disabled? Wiki context is correct. But yeah, you need to verify the list widget is actually in the disabled tab. For 15, did you verify that the list widget is actually in the disabled set? Okay, solid. Ready for 16. The code stops pending mounts and it calculates last drive based on the queue being empty. If the register next is called with an empty queue, does it safely transition? Wiki context is correct. There is a guard at the top of the function. Double check it just to make sure, but I believe that's correct. Code waits for the previous worker to exit before creating a new one. Could the worker's finish signal fire while wait is blocked, causing the signal handler to be no? How is this? How does this? Hold on. The wiki is correct there, but how is it? How is it tied to the rsync worker missing failed signal? How is it tied to that? Those are two completely different systems. I guess it is. I mean, unless the rsync worker one is tied to BT333. In that case, they are kind of somewhat related. But I don't think that needs to be mentioned in that one. I think it'd be mentioned in the root ticket. Direct connected signals can still refire adjacent to a signal race territory. But wouldn't that not be through the UI? It's only possible if you're not doing it through the UI. I'm not trying to do the hard-coded debugging because it's like any kind of stuff that you would do through like command line shit, you can't really do. I mean, technically you can, but let's see where we're at. 40, 36. 38 and 16. Not bad. It's 7 o'clock, we still got 4 hours. Alright, my usage actually makes more sense now that I swapped over to fucking Opus. Instead of Sonnet. Fucking Sonnet. In the council flow, the code snapshots drive ID and mount point from the current worker. If the worker is updating these values, could the snapshot capture an inconsistent state? Wiki context is correct. Please verify one more time, but I believe it's correct.
I'm so close to finishing this one. What's next? I'm in scan utils, right? Register drive dialog.py. That's the one I'm currently on. I think scan utils is next. Oh, son of a gun, that's a long one. No, it's not! Oh, buddy. The code disconnects signals. However, if a signal was already queued in the Qt event loop, could it still fire after disconnect? No. Wiki context is correct again. In relation to the adjacent teardown race concerns, I mean, is it something that's actually possible within the actual UI or is it not? Because that's the other side of it too. If it's just a command line kind of like a thing that could occur, then that's different from UI usage. Just double check that, please. Yeah, that's a huge error. That's a big one that we need to create more robust error handling for. And that would be added to the watchdog action thread as well for the scan. So that's one of the features that's going to have as well. So that's going to be one of the errors that we're going to have to address. But if it's happening there, it's happening locally, then that means that it turned off. Essentially, that's the only way that could not finish potentially. But either way, we have to address it, I guess. Yeah. But then it's like, if it's turned off at that point, it's like, why are you restarting? The restart's going to happen right on the boot per the systemd file. What else do I need to do? I wish there was other shit I could be doing, dude. Answering these questions is such a pain in the ass, dude. This is gonna be worth it, though. It's gonna be worth it and all that shit. Oh, 2 more questions! The method is best effort with 36. If the cleanup commands timeout, our registrations left inconsistent. No reconciliation path an orphan would cause the next load drives to show drive as tracked, but the would have no matching track drives. Wait, what? There isn't some sort of error handling on the dock side where basically it is adding the drive to track drives if it finds a valid ID file. This also adds another thing to it too. We should have some sort of naming convention per dock where like the doc actually uses it, maybe even the appendage for the API, for the head scale API, that technically is a doc unique identifier number, so maybe we could do something with that and append that to the actual drive name. In addition to, for ID file name, that way we can search for that particular variable, and then so it's modular in that sense, and then basically add it to track drives if not in track drives. That's a couple of different tickets there. But I think this would be the solution to this particular challenge further upstream. It's infrastructure.
The fact that they're treating AI like fucking like the space race instead of fucking something that could help all of humanity is annoying as shit. Dakota Penn's completed mounts using self. You know what they should do is take everybody out of office. Everybody, the entirety of the global, like everybody in office. That way, everybody reapproaches everything with no fucking context, because they have all these biases and all this shit. It's like, oh, they're trying to do this, and the actual plans are this, and they're playing chess with each other. Then you break the game of chess by just literally removing the players and adding a whole new set of players. Then every single time people are just approaching things and policies and different things from the perspective of how does this benefit the country that you're in, and how does this benefit humanity, instead of, oh, I gotta play this long game that everybody else is playing. And it's like, it just fucking breaks politics. I hate that. The code appends to completed mounts using self.worker.mount point. Why not pass mount point to this in the signal to avoid race conditions if self.worker replace between emission and callback? Is that even possible? Minor attributes, safety, smell, would be cleaner to add mount point to this. Do it up, I guess. I mean, I can't see how that would be possible, but I mean, how would it be possible? I'm curious. Before you add anything, I'm curious about that. But that's not possible within the UI. There's safeties regarding that in the UI. You can't launch multiple worker events. There's safeties within the UI for that. Yeah, I mean, this is technically not possible within the current UI, what you're describing. That's 2 down. If I could finish 2 more files tonight, holy shit, dude, that would be the best.
That would put me on track, definitely, to finish within the next 2 days. I'm technically already on track to finish within the next 2 days, technically. Alright, this takes a little bit, so I'm gonna stop recording. But I'm gonna keep streaming just because, and I'm gonna do a fucking little Sudoku in the meantime. Oh, my friend is so beautiful. She's pregnant. She's gonna have a baby. I'm so proud of her. Alright, let's do this Sudoku. Let's see if we can finish it before this is done. New game, easy. Let's go. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, not 2, 2, 2, not working there, 2, 2, not working there, 2, 2, not working there, 3. Alrighty, this one doesn't work either. Fuck. 5, 5, 5. Oh, this one's easy. 1 right here. 5. That's 5 there. Let's see if we could do a perfect one. That'd be fucking great. 5, 5. Done there. 1, 2. Actually, can you see that here? Let's see. If I can fucking just do my Sudoku here like this. Let's see if I think you could probably see it there like that. This is cool. Although this angle fucking sucks for me. Alright. I'll just do it like this. Fuck it. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 1. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to do it myself because I just want to fucking play this Sudoku. I want to just be able to do it. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 6, 8, 4, 7, 1. Correct. Fuck. 5 here, 5 there, 5 there. The 5s are all set. That's done. 6. 6 is not done. There's 3 different points that 6 could be. Shit. Okay. 1, 2. Let's do 2s. I already did try to do 2s. Already 1s. Alright, let's see. 5's already done. 6, 4. Sorry. Threes. Nope. 3, nope. This is a harder one, but it's fine. It's not like I can't do it, it's just a matter of fucking time. I just have to find the numbers. Easy ones are easy, it's not... This has been a minute since the last time I fucking put a number down. Oh shit, it's hurrying up. No, it's already on step 10. Son of a gun. It heard me talking, this fucking Sudoku heard me talking shit about it, and it's like, ah, you think it's easy, eh? You think I'm easy, eh? There's 7. There's another 7. There's one last 7, and that's it for 7s. No, we have one more left. Where's the last 7? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. That's 7 right there. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, we're on step 3 still. Okay, cool. Alright. Alright, cool. 7, 8. 8. Let's try to go back to 1s. Let's see 1s real quick. 1, 1, 1, 1. That's it there. 1, 1. That's 1 right there. We have 1 more left. That's 1 right there. That's 1's done. Chew.
2. This is definitely 2 here. And that puts... Well... I wish I could talk like that nerd. It's funny. He's funny. The one who's like the anime weeb. He's like... Something... Wow. He talks kind of like fucking funny. I like that. It's funny. Oh, I'd already finished. God damn it. I want to finish my Sudokus. Too bad. I'm going to finish my Sudoku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's a number there. There's a 3 that I haven't fucking filled in. 3, 3, 3, 3. And that means this is 3 here. 3, 3, 3. Which means this is 3 here. Which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't believe I'm almost done with the 9s. Usually that's not the case. It's quite annoying. 9, 9, and this is 9 here. 9, and that's 9 there. That's 9's right there done. 3, 3, and that puts 3 here as well. Good. 3, and that puts the last 3 there. Almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I can do 6s still. Nope. Nope. Yes, there's a 6 right there. And that puts this 6 here. That put that last 6 there. That's, oh my goodness. There's so many easy ones I just didn't do because I'm the form, the way I'm approaching the fucking. There's an 8 there. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 there, no doubt. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 7, 8, 9, 8, 6. God damn it. So close. There's 1 4 there, another 4 there, 2 4s, that puts the last 4 there, and then there's another 2 4s over there, so I gotta figure those out later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That makes this one 6. That makes this one 8. And that makes this one 6. And then that one 6, 6. And that makes this last 6 here. And then we're looking for 2, 4, and 8. I have autocomplete option, but we don't do that because we try to be chill and try to keep it quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. Where is that 2? 2. Oh, son of a gun. There's the last 4. That makes this 2. That makes this 2. That makes this 2. And that makes this 8. And that's it. 9 minutes? No! That was no good.
Alright, how many files are left? How many questions are left? What am I looking at here? $274 questions left. Not bad. If I finish 50 more, I'll be at 220. If I finish these last two, that'd be great. Scan utilities. Why does that one have so many fucking questions? Okay. I'm gonna actually add that for my context, but I'm going to actually do a quick thing. Okay, let's do in parallel. Each file needs the wiki context. Let's do that in parallel for each file in the questionnaire. So if you could just approach each one of them in context, in the questionnaire. To answer your question, because I know everybody was, all my zero watchers were very, very interested in this. It took me 9 minutes this time for fucking Sudoku. God damn it, dude. That is my, like, favorite game. I fucking love Sudoku. I could do Sudoku all day and night. Literally, if I didn't have anything else to do, I would be on a beach playing Sudoku. That's what I would do. Listening to the waves, hanging out, like just being, dude. And I would be happy. That's like my default, like totally relaxed state of being. I love studying how to do Sudokus better too. I have some pretty good 6x6s. I've done some 6x6s in like 40 seconds. Like moderate difficulty, not too challenging. Super easy ones I can do like fucking fast, like 30, yeah, between 30 and 40 seconds actually. That's my easy ones. I wonder how many tokens this is going to use. Right, we're at 1638. 2538. Now see how much it does after it's done with all this. I want to say like 60% of my actions are all parallel actions. That's hilarious. like some shit like that. Let's see stats. Let's see if that's for the all-time. The week. Last 30 days. The week it's 6.6 million tokens. That's not the best. Last week I was at like, I want to say fucking like 10 million, somewhere around there, almost 12. Last 30 days, not bad. Longest streak with 14 days. Current streak is 8 days. God damn. April 7th in the last 30 days. $60 times, 65%, 65 times longer than a yoga class. 183 more tokens in 1984. That's a morbid comparison, dude. That is quite a fucking morbid comparison. Yeah, check it out. %60 of my token usage was at 150 token context. Not bad. D, W, D. Hey, not bad. 31%. It went down because fucking of these tasks that I'm doing right now. It's like the fucking questionnaires. There's not a lot of parallel shit that I'm doing simultaneously. Besides this right now, I'm at 59,000 tokens. What, like 150,000 tokens in relation to the 19,000 for this. So we're like roughly 100 and change, 180. Somewhere around there, 190, almost 200,000. $26.38. I guess it just chopped off a whole chunk, like a whole 10% in one shot. Just like it must be like guessing before it does it. There's 13 parallel files, so it's like take a look at these. These are actually kind of cool to look at. I'm definitely getting throttled. It says it's 7 parallel agents, but in reality, it's that 3 finished and 4 are running. Or 4 finished and 3 are running. It only ever does 3 simultaneously. It's initializing the other ones because I'm getting throttled. Yeah, supposed running 8 explore agents, but in reality, it's not doing that. You can see what it's doing. That's hilarious. We're at 36,000 tokens, a total of, let's say, what, like 100, 150, 200 change, 230-ish, let's say 270, plus another 50,000, 320, 330-ish, or like 400,000, almost 440, almost 500,000 tokens there. I just wanted to run it through that real quick. That's why I used effort max on that. We'll go back to medium once this is done. Yeah, roughly like 500,000, like a little bit over 500,000 tokens. It needs to reach 13, and you can see there's only 2 actually running in parallel simultaneously right now. It claims there's 11 Explorer agents running, but it's only running them simultaneously, then it stores them in memory for the context window, and then it ingests it all. Ingest the portions that it needs. You can see the local one growing up here. I'm assuming this is actually accurate to what's actually happening, because if that's the case, essentially these are stored. These are no longer running. So it says running 12 Explorer agents, but in reality, these already ran, and they are just stored. There's not actually, those are not actual agents. That's just storage, unless I'm being very cynical, and that actually is 12 agents, 13 agents that could potentially be also triggered to do other stuff simultaneously, in which case that's pretty fucking cool, but I doubt that. Context window stuff actually helps me answer a lot of the questions, because I don't have to actually ask for context. I could actually see what it's doing. I don't have to actually look at the code base again, and then I remember exactly what that's for, and then I could just keep going. Oh yeah, I'm not recording. Alright. Alright, cool. So right now I'm doing context windows for the wiki in relation to the questionnaire. That way it helps me with answering some of the questions, maybe speeds it up a little bit. That's essentially what I'm doing right now. And once again, the reason why I'm doing this questionnaire is basically just to have a document surrounding the intentions behind every function and every aspect, also going through the entire code base line by line, trying to find potential bugs, which I found a fuck ton. Also different ways that I can optimize it, improve upon it, and the architecture overall. I found a fuck ton of different ways I could. This was actually really useful, really solid use of time. Personally, I was not a fan of it, but it's been a really good use of time, in all honesty. All right, let's see how many tokens I used up in this fucking little bit right here. Oh, we're almost done. We're getting there. Let's see how many tokens I used up. 26 and 38. 38 and 39! Alright. That was actually nice. That's a solid amount of tokens used up right there. I'm trying, because I'm trying to make this worth it, dude. That's the one thing. It's like, it's not cheap. And my parents are investing on this for me, and I gotta make the most of it. I have to use the tokens, dude. I have to use the tokens. That's the... I don't have a CEO that's chomping down my neck to basically use free tokens that were given to me, but this is like... Yeah, but I really do gotta stay on top of these tokens usages, because I can't let it go to waste. This is like a gift for me that has been given to me, and I have to put it to work. Otherwise, this week, like I said, I didn't use that many tokens. Also, I haven't been using Sonnet. I was using Sonnet and not fucking Opus, like a dummy. And that's why I was having so many problems with the fucking instructions and everything in the context windows, and it kept forgetting things. Like the context window for Sonnet is like that big. You cannot use it for multi-agent stuff or like workflows and shit. That's Opus. I mean, you can use it for simple workflows if it's just doing a single task and like triggering a function that's pre-written and all that sort of shit, then yeah.
Some menus right now, Kat.
I'll be right back. This is taking a little while. We are back. Ah, God damn. Alrighty. "51 questions with no relevant wiki material?" What? That's kind of nuts. Alright, I'll take it. Sure. So you had mentioned... Oh, hold on a second. Wait a minute. We are going to effort medium. What do you think about this? What approach do you think for the questions would be the most logical? Run it. All right. I just had a conversation with my papa talking about things. It was good. I got to hang out with him for a little bit. I love talking to my dad. Okay. The wiki context is correct for this. And also... it's basically there's an entire Watchdog database variable that's set for this, for Watchdog status, that runs it. Basically, anytime that anything is being done where it's being written into, it's on. So it basically locks it so nothing else can write to it. But it's also negated by the current safe write function. So then that way it's able to only have a single source or single entity that's actually writing to the Watchdog.
Stream scan, is there a timeout on the SSH channel read loop, or does it block indefinitely waiting for this? Yeah, for the STD out lines. What happens if this scan hangs on dockside? Honestly, there isn't. I mean, okay, so I haven't had that issue since I instigated this particular lock dance. I don't think that there is a timeout for that. But also, by the way, these are going to be actually readdressed when, actually, this is also worth adding to that ticket, as well as the previous one potentially, just because there's going to be API tools that are going to be in place for the actual reads of the database. That way it's parameterized and doesn't actually have to type in any actual SQL syntax in order for it to be able to access the database. But this is also an error that should be approached and addressed in the actual ticket for when we're using the API as well. Potentially. I don't think it's going to be relevant, actually, now that I think about it, because it's only going to be receiving what's read on the doc side, which is still kind of a thing. So. There would be no SSH read timeout. I think B, just because there is not going to be an SSH read timeout anymore, because it's not going to be doing that anymore. Although maybe for the API that could be a thing still. Because what if it doesn't receive the thing? There should be still some sort of like timeout, because it's still, even though it's going through API and not SSH, it's still going to need a timeout, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. So that's a whole different problem. But there should be a centralized location for that. I guess it would be API functions. It would be like a whole API file that has all the functions regarding the safeguards for that too. And all these error handling approaches. No, dude, why would I do it to Claude.md? That makes no sense. What? Oh my goodness. Oh wait, no, it's depending on the scope discipline per Claude.md missing. Score say C and I'll file it, say A, say B, okay. Q2 answer written, question 3 out of 22. Why is watchable drives parameter passed in the sudo command instead of being JSON serialized? What risk does it pose if the drive mount contains special characters? Wiki. Well, watchable drives should be set by the watchdog database, not the not a JSON file. That makes no sense. Because it's all locally stored. Look at the architecture again. In relation to that question, I would reapproach that question. Actually, yeah, look at the code base and see if you still have a question regarding that, because that's the actual architecture. There is no JSON file that should ever hold that, because all the registered drive locations are centralized to a single database instead of it being sprayed around all over the fucking place. That's just sloppy. That's just sloppy. That's a fair approach. The in-memory dictionary, which came from the database, correct architecture is being embedded into a shell command string by calling that, interpolating it via the F string. The alternative being compared is JSON dumps, watchable drives, passed in. That's not a thing. Still no JSON file on disk. Just a different way of marshalling the dictionary across SSH executive boundary. The risk. Correct. Parsing that. So it's a bit like a parsing issue, but I don't understand. Verified against source. Embedded into pseudo Python command. String and via F string. Caller side. Register dialog.py. Your architecture read is right? When StreamScan is marshals in memory, it doesn't dictionary across SSH. Why is interpolation used instead of a safer marshal? I see what you're asking now. That I see what you're saying now. That being said, why is it sending watchable drives back over via SSH? Is it because it's accessing the full scan function? Because it shouldn't be. That variable exists. Right. Exactly. This right here is the purpose of that. C. Although that could also potentially be, you know what? That could honestly, okay, I'm gonna go with B for now. But also mention aspects of C where it's an architectural smell. And the other thing is, this could potentially also be where things are breaking in relation to the actual request to actually scan stuff. Potentially. This is a hotspot where this is potentially something that there's a thing that's breaking for me right now. It's not in a ticket right now. It's before I made the ticket system, but I have a feeling that this could be potentially where it's breaking. That being said, none of the drives actually have special characters, so it shouldn't be. But yeah, I would definitely label this as a smell. That smelly smell. That smells smelly. Okay. What is the purpose of maintaining this current counters, and how should progress CB handle the current exceeds the total? There would never be a moment where the current exceeds the total. The purpose of maintaining separate total and current counters is because that's what you're comparing and contrasting. Those are the variables that you're doing to actually figure out what percentage you're at in relation to the progress bar. Now, this is actually something that needs to be added to the global progress bar ticket as well. This is one of the things that are going to need to be, or one of the places where it's going to need to be implemented. That's a dumb question. I don't understand why it's asking me that question. Not that it's a dumb question. It's just that's a little bit like way too much of a redundant question. Like it's just not. Why are total and progress lines parsed? Cool. Why are the total and progress lines parsed but not required to exist? And what is the user facing behavior if the scan completes without any progress updates? That would never be the case where the scan completes without any progress updates. That would be a massive error. The purpose of them being parsed, I'm guessing, has to do something to do with the counting of the amount of items within the list of items. Am I correct there? Double check that against the code base. I might be wrong. Don't you fucking play with my heart. Ah, that's why. Okay. Yeah, that is a legitimate case. You're right. Yeah, there should be a better approach to that. I agree. I agree with the answer you're giving, and then also there should be some sort of ticket for that error, basically where it jumps from 0 to 100 in one shot. There should be some sort of error handling for that. That's a smell. It's not an error because it's not like literally going to crash the application. Literally, it's not like that kind of a bug, but it is like a sloppy UI element that could honestly be added to as part of the functionality for the actual global progress bar, because that could also be the case in multiple places. Potentially. function passes a raw SSH transport. Open session. What if the transport is none or the SSH connection is severed mid-scan? There have been multiple tickets that have been placed in relation to this. This is another one of the issues that we need to address. It's addressed both by the API tool and also by the Watchdog action tool. But this is also something that needs to be added to the actual API ticket as well for the local doc. And I believe that's it. No wiki context. Why does the result line strip only the first 7 characters with line 7 instead of using the split? Could this be the source of parsing bugs? Potentially? That doesn't seem right. Look into that, please, because that might be actually a serious bug. Because it might not be. Otherwise, I'm going to need to dive into the code base and find out myself. What? Oh. Why? Why would you do it that way? Fair, but why is it using JSON payloads? It shouldn't be. I don't like that. It should just be straight up either dictionary variables or like something that works within Python. I don't understand why it's doing JSON variables. I see. All right. You make sense. No, you're good. That's a good answer. You're good on that. And also, yeah, make the note of BT222, please. Thank you. And also make it within BT222 as well. I see 38%, 54%. Wow, dude. 41% for the week. All right, I made it halfway through and I still got 2 more days. Yeah, definitely using Opus 4.7 use a fuck ton more tokens, dude. That's a lot more. Honestly, that other job took forever though. That was like a 22-minute fucking job. Yeah, that was a long one. No wiki context line. Why? What is the design intent behind catching error values separately? I don't know, actually. That's one of the first times I'm going to need to say that. If I had a guess, it depends on what the use of the function is again. But isn't this just viewing the STD out from the actual scan that's occurring on the actual dock itself? Aye. Why is it not working? Ah. It's actually a subclass of value errors. Listing value error 2 is a redundant built-in suspenders over edge. Okay, so basically it's like a redundant other value error that can occur. So it's like JSON code error is essentially value error. It's just that it's okay. It's the accept. Okay. That makes sense. The 2 accept tuples and matches in retrospective parses. Yes, number 1 is great. Intent to swallow malformed lines doesn't crash the loop. Part 3. Minor diagnostics build, blind spot. Yeah, that makes sense. Fucking run it. You're good. But you see, like, anytime that the fucking one last thing, anytime that there's just like something dies under a specific ticket, like BT222, that essentially is just offloading a valid error that will occur within BT222 as well. So that's also why it's worth mentioning there too. Potentially, because you don't need that. You actually don't have that kind of a error for that. An error for that because it's not through. Because it's not through SSH, and you're also not sending JSON files or anything like that. You're just literally, or JSON file formatting. Sorry. So you're literally just gonna be so it might not even be a problem, to be honest. Maybe. But there is some type of problem that could occur in relation to the local dock side where something fails. That is a potential. feel like BT222 is like a gigantic ticket. How many thousands of lines am I at for my tickets? I'm so curious. I might be like a couple thousand lines of tickets. Oh, that's Scribe. Wrong one. Wiki. Holy shit! 3,775 fucking lines of tickets. Holy fuck. Alright. Yeah, but once again, I'm already gonna be floating. You already know what I'm gonna say. BT222, and also the API ticket, and also Watchdog action thread. Both of those, these both approach this. These are gonna be non-issues essentially. So I would check the code base for the current status of that and why it exists, and if there is a lockout, a deadlock. But to be honest, adding a ticket for this to actually fix this, I don't know if it's actually worth it. I think it's worth mentioning that this is an issue that could occur. But once again, I think this is all in relation to the actual progress bar, isn't this? I think this is just asking me like really fucking... Because why am I receiving data? I shouldn't be receiving data. Besides for the progress bar. That's literally the only reason why I'm receiving data in this instance. That's like I'm kind of confused. I'm like, The deadlock is real. A. Oh yeah. Yep. Say okay, so run it. Can we just answer all of these that are SSH like errors like this where you're receiving data from the watchdog? Just like you can answer these in relation. You pretty much know the answer already at this point, right? just give me a quick rundown of how many questions, and then like just overview of the question, overview of the answer, just because these are all going to be non-issues in relation to the new architecture. Like, I'm just tired of answering these questions. That are basically not going to be existing. Like, it's just not, it doesn't make sense. Where they're basically going to be non-issues in like in this entire like restructuring of the architecture. Just make sure that they're noted, make sure that they're answered, make sure that they are added to the appropriate ticket that actually does fix the problem. Once we have that, that's all I really need. I'm like, holy shit, dude. It's just, I'm so fed up with that one, dude. It's like I'm answering these error questions that are going to be non-issues once I have the new architecture that I'm already fucking investing a fuck ton of time into, like even conceptualizing already. I did that the other day, and I'm like, I'm already like sold on that architecture. So I'm like, why am I just answering questions regarding fucking errors that are revolving around issues that I already know are going to be fixed by the other ones? Yeah, look at this shit. What the fuck? All right, regarding the progress underscore CV, that needs to be updated to the global progress bar. For question 20, does that fit there? Same with 15. I want that question answered before we actually do that, actually. The ones that don't have tickets, can you explain those to me real quick, too? The other ones? $18, $13. 18 and 13. That means as well. Yeah, dude, I'm fucking tired of answering these questions. These are all errors and issues that revolve around the restructuring of my entire architecture that I'm working around. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. You see how many fucking problems I'm gonna fix just by that architecture approach. Like, I'm technically gonna be buying other problems, yeah, potentially, without a doubt. But at least this solves like a solid portion of them where I don't lose data. In terms of like jobs, in terms of things, in terms of like all that sort of, that's important. When it comes to this kind of coordination, like that's the whole purpose of having these two machines like this. It's like, if this shit loses power, or if this shit loses power, the one that's doing the job hopefully does not the one that loses power. But if the one that's doing the job doesn't lose power, and the other one that's sending the connection back and forth and the errors, I don't want this fucking running through a loop, sending one job at a time. That's fucking inefficient. Just send the entire list. Let this shit handle it. It's a computer. It's literally a computer. It's doing the same exact shit that has been assigned by the user already. So it's not like it's thinking. It's literally just like it's just literally receiving the inputs and doing. It's basically like offloading the overall. It's the same shit. It's literally the same shit. It's exactly how a computer works. It's literally the same. It's just a slower version of it. It's just basically a workaround for connection errors and issues. Oh my lord, dude. That you see how fast we burned through that one there? That was a fucking safety right there. Holy shit. Okay. Run it and then continue the other job that you were doing. Make it so. I need to start doing that more often. Saying make it so. It's a lot of fun to say make it so. Sweet baby. Oh, that's a good question.
Tell that person that if you in fact feel overwhelmed and if you get depressed now and then, that is a natural reaction to the kind of crazy world that you're living in. So give yourself a little bit of a break. It is crazy out there.
Brother Bernie.
It's unsettling. I would also say that the remedy, not only in the struggle to create a better society, but for your own personal health, is to work with other people. People working together, whether it's political, anything else, makes one feel better about life. Don't allow yourself to become isolated. Reach out to other people, find common cause, and try to make this world a better place in which to live.
And that's what More Perfect University is about. Join the Discord. This is about telling those stories, connecting with other people, holding on-campus events, and everyone uniting to pick on the 1%. How did I do?
Keep working on it.
I want to know.
I keep working on it. Oh, I fucking love Brother Bernie. He's the best, dude. Oh my lord, dude. All of that was literally error handling. There was like, it was literally fucking like 12 questions of just error handling. And I'm just like, dude. I'm done answering these because this is just like these are gonna be, this is like all the problems I'm literally trying to fix with the architecture that I'm working on. I'm like, this is not right. I should not be answering these questions, dude. Oh my lord. All right, now it's gonna do this, so I'm gonna stop this here recording, and now we're gonna do a Sudoku for it to churn everything that we just did. I wish you could see my Sudoku. I wish I could stream it onto this. 1, 2, 3. I like doing Sudokus. It's a lot of fun. I never stream my actual flows for these. These are a lot of fun though. This is literally what, like if you were to ask me, like I said, if you were asking me what I do for fun, this is definitely one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 9. All right, these are not possible. All right, let's just figure out all the fucking common ones, the easy ones we can get out of the way quickly. This one's a jerk. Yeah, yeah. Ah! You already finished? Are people just not on it this time? This is fucking great. This is growing. Deceased growing. Look at this ticket. Look at this. Will you look at that? Will you look at that? Look at that. Look at that. They're both basically the same thing. Will you look at this? Will you look at this? Goddamn, literally everything has problems. Alright, let's do watchdog utils.py. Fucking Christ, this is gonna be a heavy one. Okay, let's run the questions for watchdog utils.py. Wait. Does this have context? Oh, it does have wiki context. All right, it's already done. All right, cool. This function checks ignored prefixes on both the file name and every path component. Why check path components rather than just the file name? This was before. I think I actually got rid of that. Where basically there's no ignored prefixes now. Originally it was to ignore the hidden files and hidden directories. but I think I took that out actually. You can double check that inside the repository, but I believe that's taken out. I believe this is the only place that it was actually exists now that I think about it. I think it's worth keeping. Honestly, I think it's worth keeping just because. Oh, well, no ticket. Yeah, no ticket. Okay, cool. How does the extension handle check? Okay. Well, the only ignored extensions are the ones that are described there. So it should just be able to handle those, to be honest. I didn't even know .backup.db was a thing. Interesting. But to be honest, those are the only ones I want to ignore. The intention behind that essentially was basically making it so it ignores the database itself. Even though the database is not within the files for the track drives, I still wanted that. Just because, just to be on the safe side. I mean, why have it log itself, right? Then again, I don't think it actually serves any purpose. I mean, it doesn't cause any loops to have it log itself, right? It's just stating that the file exists. Is it even worth having? What if you have other databases? What if you're using it for other projects like that? Maybe ignored extensions gets deleted entire. Not the constant, but I think maybe the things that are inside of it. And same with the other one. I think the other one, the ignored extensions and ignored prefixes should stay there because that's something potentially someone could want to edit in the future, maybe. But other than that, I would just actually put in a ticket to remove the ignored extensions list variables, but keep the constant. My bad, I was working, not recording. So yeah, we started on the next one. Sorry about that. We are now working on watchdog utils.py. All right, the function catches the OSE error, but it uses time. Time is different than the time zone DST context of the ISO format. String be misleading. Get modification date. This is in reference to the scan. Is this in reference to the full scan? Is that where this is utilized? Or is this just a function to gather the modification time in general? I think that might be what this is. Yeah, because it's literally called a function called get modification date. I'm gonna remove that because that's a dumb statement. That is worth... Wow, I didn't even consider that. I think the... Shit. Should it be converted to UTC? Wait, would it automatically would the OS automatically format it to the corresponding time zone that it's currently in for the dock? If it's not doing that, then there has to be a way to do that, because like basically either operating under UTC or doing something along the lines of that, because you gotta fucking have it matched. Otherwise, you could potentially have a later modification date on something that has an earlier modification date in all actuality. I mean, this would be by hours, you know, it's like if it's by a day, that's clearly a clear, like, identifier. But if it's like by hours or minutes or something like that, it could, I mean, yeah, that could break it. You're right. I mean, that's worth having a ticket. And yeah, well, yeah, you noted it, that it could be worth having a UTC offset. Would the metadata of the file actually contain the time zone that it was written in? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I would definitely want to convert it to UTC. And then for both the local doc and then for the compared files. For the compared files, anything that uses get modification date, have it converted to UTC, and because that's going to be the variables that are compared. It'd be anything that used get modification date as the modification date comparison variables. Has no time zones in from this. So it's already converted to UTC. I see. So it's already UTC, but then the doc itself, when it receives the file, it gets converted to the time zone of the actual doc? Then gets baked in like that? Is that basically how that works? I'm still on question 3, by the way. I'm just curious about this shit because I am very curious about time zone stuff here. That's a fucking pain in the ass. Are you kidding me? Why? But if I'm using OS path that get m time, it's returning the UTC. Wait, so if I'm using os.getMtime in Python, it returns the UTC already, right? Then what's the point? then I already am comparing UTC. Aren't I? Aren't I? I'm curious. But then what's the fucking function I'm using? Ah! I need to change the actual method I'm using. That's what's happening in the ticket there. Okay, cool. Fair. If that's the case, then if that's simple, I don't need to fucking convert anything or do anything like that. If it's just a matter of swapping the method, fuck yeah. Let's run it, and then let's go to question 4. Wait a second. Wait. One more second. And question 3. If it's being converted by the OS, the variable is essentially constant. I mean, the constant is the actual method that's being utilized to get the time. So why would it be confused on the time zone if it's already converted into the relative time zone by the constant of the method? But when the machine that is actually actually checking it, this is a temporary state of being. Like, this is memory that's being compared in RAM, so it's dumped. This is to create a variable for comparison for a function that's happening in RAM. So it's not like it's writing it down, right? It's not like it's like collecting the data for the modification date and then setting it in the database, right? That's what I was asking earlier. I think this method might be used, or this function might be used in relation to the full scan. Is it? Or is it used for the database collection? Because if that's the case, then yeah, then you totally make sense there, without a doubt. But if it's for like a temporary variable comparison, like, it's overkill. I think it actually is. There is a fucking column for the modification date. Ready for question 4. You were right. I was wrong. Fuck. Wait, what? Why would time.strf time fail due to an invalid time value? Why would it receive an invalid time value? That would have to be a really messed up drive for it to have a date and time that's outside of the range of M time. That's a huge edge case, to be honest. Okay, it's worth fixing, adding a little one line widening to the actual accept. Sure. Let's run it. But it is a huge edge case, but yes. Let's add that in as a ticket. I have to be like the year 10,000. The fuck? I guess this would be like the Y2K error bug. What function returns non-on OS error is the color expected to handle? Okay, this is get modification date. I mean, if a file is corrupt and unreadable, then there's a bigger problem at stake here. I would need to have some sort of way to like state corrupt files, but then you can get false positives too for that, right? I mean, I feel like I end up chasing my tail when it comes to this kind of an error. But at the first level here, I can see how it's a valid error, to be honest. I can see it. But if, once again, if a file exists in the database and it returns none as the date time, I think there's a bigger problem happening with the file. I think that it should actually notify the user that there's a problem with the file. Because yeah, you can end up basically deleting a file that you wanted, well, from the database at least, that you wanted to keep. And then you can't find it, and then you can't find it in the database. There should be some sort of error handling there. Yeah. Okay. Fair. I think the chunk size was arbitrarily picked. Is there a benefit to picking a larger size? Is there a benefit to picking a smaller size? What is the standard average? Because I didn't even realize that I can choose chunk size in relation to compute hash. I've actually never done that before. I usually just kind of run it as is, like compute hash and file path. Yeah, I would use the SHA-SUM because that's actually what I was using beforehand. I'm ready to move on. You good to go? It shouldn't be. There's no safety for that? That is worth a ticket for wait for stable. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is a valid concern. File a ticket to simplify it. Yeah, it's a harmless style war, yeah, technically, but I'd rather just be clean. Wait, did you make a ticket for it? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You didn't make a ticket for it. Alright, there it is. How does a function behave with sparse files? Will the hash reflect the actual content, including the zero padding? Sparse file, a file whose logical size is greater than the physical on-disk size because runs of zeros are stored as wholes in no allocated blocks, common within VM disk images, database files. Okay. When Python's fread hits a hole, the kernel transparently returns 0 bytes as if they were stored. The application can't tell holes from real zeros without, okay. So the hash sees 0 padding for every hole. The digest reflects the logical content with zeros for holes, not the on-disk layout. For a 1 terabyte sparse file with 4 kilobytes of real data, the compute hash will read all 1 terabytes, 4 kilobytes of real content plus the 1 terabytes of synthesized zero, slow but correct. Practical approach, impact on your tracked files contain archival media and documents per Wiki not VM images. Yeah, fair. That's fairly true. If one did appear, hashing would be slow, but the result would still be stable and comparable. The gotcha flag. If the user ever drops a large sparse file in a track drive, worth a ticket to skip, flag sparse files. I mean, yes, I think having a flag for sparse files over a certain size threshold is not the worst thing in the world. I'm assuming that potentially, hopefully, people would want to use this even for stuff outside of media. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, if people can use it to store anything or any kind of project, I mean, fuck yeah, let's go. And why would I want to leave them out when it's just a simple fucking flag issue that I can just add to it? This is it's totally worth it. Let's do the ticket for that. It is low priority, but still. Honestly, also, the error that I keep coming across with the actual fucking... I think the API tool is going to be used for writing too, to be honest. That way I can just have a fucking constant and like a function just that writes to the API, and then I don't have to fucking think about it ever again. Doesn't resolve sifts links. The function normalizes paths. Whoops. Compare location. Function normalizes paths but doesn't resolve syslinks. Symlinks. Could this cause issues if a file was accessed via symlink on a scan or directly on another? Okay, so I don't think there's actually symlinks capability. Symlink capabilities with this. Everything that is on the actual, like in the sense of like SMB drives, right? Is that what you're basically saying? Because if that's the case, everything that's on the actual dock is actually on the dock. Track drives are drives that are actually registered as being permanent fixtures of the NAS drive itself. Or am I misunderstanding the question? No, that's not true. I don't think anybody would ever set up symlinks. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, you can't set up symlinks on this OS. UI. Quick question in relation to RAID drives. Would that ever be anything that would be set up because of a RAID drive? Could this issue affect RAID drives potentially? Because that is a future feature for this. Then run it, and actually make a ticket for addressing RAID drives in the future. Low priority because it's literally not something I even have built in yet, but this is something that I do want to build in eventually. It's 6. Yeah, it's hitting on the middle finger, so that's 7. So it's 6 actually. What is this? Does OS norm path handle compare location? Does OS trailing slashes and consistently could amount point end width versus? That's a fair question. I don't think I have an error handling for that. But yep, let's normalize both sides. That's totally worth doing, without a doubt. Darkness envisioning me, all I see. Dude, that's the second time.
It should. Yeah, the current fine is fine. It allows for. Yeah, docstring can use some tightening, but yeah, I mean, this allows for there to be duplicates. Technically dumb in relation to actually keeping some sort of files, like organization within your file base, but I mean, that's not my responsibility to keep up for them. I'm not gonna, if they want to have duplicate files in their fucking in their storage, I mean, that's their storage, that's their problem. But yeah, I would definitely relabel from different as exists elsewhere. That's a fair fucking thing to add. But what do you think? I mean, am I wrong in allowing it to be so you can actually keep duplicates in the database as well as on the storage device? I mean, keeping it so you can have that, I mean, technically I can filter out and say, hey, you have duplicate files, just that, like, I can create a whole other feature for that, which is pretty fucking useful. Because it happens. I mean, it doesn't happen with me. Well, it does happen with me. I fucking, it happened with me already. I have an 8 terabyte drive with a solid 1.5 terabytes that I can remove, but I'm afraid to because I haven't checked for. So let's add that as a ticket feature as well for the future. Basically, duplicate file detector, and then a way for them to be able to pick and decide which one they want to delete or keep. Then it sends it to trash, and then you can delete it from the trash. Ah, fuck, dude. I have a wedgie. My lord. So I'm not one to talk. I have a bunch of duplicate files. I have a fuck ton of duplicate files. Because of poor file management, my friends. That's the whole problem. That's the whole purpose of this shit. I have, like, I want to say like 16 terabytes plus of storage that I just have. Let's see, 12. So let's see, 14, 16, 18, 20, 20 and a half terabytes of storage I have of shit, of files and shit. If compute hash returns none, the function returns not in database. Is not in database the correct label? That's technically not correct. Yeah, I would I think it's worth folding into 383 without a doubt. Where did I hear March from? I think that makes sense, to be honest. And yeah, you're totally right with that. If it's none, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's, I think that was just a quick happy path build, to be honest. I forgot that this place was even a place, dude. Oh my god. Savoy Apartments. That's one of the places I wanted to live when I was out in LA. I was considering it. I was considering moving into that spot. That's how I was doing. That's how well I was doing, dude. I was fucking happy. And then everything went to shit. I mean, why would you want to compare? It doesn't. This is for skin, right? Wait, quick question. Is it adding the hash when it receives a new file? Like when I copy a file in from, like, let's say another storage device into this storage device, is it actually scanning for the hash value, or is it not doing that? Is it skipping that? Okay.
All right, so back to question 14. I am a little confused what the actual issue is. So, can you summarize it shorter, because it's fucking long, dude. I need something a little bit shorter there. I feel like this can be explained in less words. All right. Scan has 2 move copy folders in the same function. They disagree. Why would scan have move and copy folders? Why would scan be tracking move and copy ladders? Is this a scan for the watchdog, or is this a scan in relation to the full scan? Well, if you look in the ticket history for, there's a ticket that there's in place in relation to scans blocking out everything in relation to the UI. So the user should not be able to actually do things if there's a scan happening, because that's the whole purpose of the scan, is to basically track what everything is in the moment. But future-proofing, fuck, I think that we have to be ready to be able to take that on. Is that possible? To basically be scanning and then have something move, and then what happens then? That would break the scan. Or be copying files, because you can't just... I mean, the scan could take anywhere from like 30 seconds to like 10 minutes, technically. If it's a large enough of a storage device that has enough new files... Or even 10 seconds, 5 seconds, fuck it, like... I think the only way that we can actually fucking do that, future-proofing, is basically... Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, you have to make a whole separate system for that. That basically runs, meanwhile there's a scan occurring, and then it updates in relation to that. But then it's like... Ah, fuck, dude. I mean, is it the worst thing in the world to freeze in relation to the scan occurring? Is that, like, the worst user experience ever? But then again, if it is possible to have a concurrent mutation resilience for full scan system, I mean, fuck. If it's possible, it's possible. Why not? It's just a pain in the ass to test for. That would be a pain in the ass to test. And in relation to question 14, I'm still not understanding, dude, because I thought that the current thing that we're talking about is what that question 14 was. But in relation to the new broader ticket, I think it's totally worth it. Let's do that, but then I still need question 14 explained, less words. Fucking sorry, dude. I've been going at it for a couple like hours now. I'm almost at 8 hours. What? Like something like that. I'm at 8 hours 43 minutes. How long am I at? Yeah, 8 hours 53 minutes. Fuck, dude. I'm almost at 9 hours, so fuck. Might be the last one for the day. How many files did I do so far? File manager, 1, 2, 3. Only 3 today? No. I don't need analogies, dude. I need it to be like, just explain it to me in less. Okay, the scan should have checked. Is there any other row in Y with a hash Y missing? But if, oh my God, wait, dude, I don't need analogies. Oh my God. No analogies, please. No analogies. Just explain the issue, less words, please. Trust, I can understand it. It's just my attention span is fried right now, dude. Scan had 2 code paths that detect move/copies. Why does it detect move/copies? My question again is, why is it detecting move/copies if scan is a scan of the static state of the file base? That's what I keep getting fucked up over. I'm like, that's how come I thought it was like, if it was happening meanwhile the scan is like, that's how come I was fucking confused. Why? We're not caring if it was moved or copied. Like, that doesn't matter. What we're doing is taking a snapshot of the current database. If it was, I don't think that that's actually variables inside of the actual function, is it? Exactly. Yeah, let's just fucking leave it as like, let's take that out. It doesn't matter if it was a move or it was a copy. What matters is, does it exist in the database, and is it actually, like, is it a duplicate? Is it not a duplicate? Does it exist in the current database? Is this a new version of the file, or is this a new, like, an old version of the file? That's the kind of stuff that we're tracking. It doesn't matter if it was moved or copied or whatever, dude. Like, that literally does not matter. This is the kind of stuff that's actually worth it, to be honest. Like, it's not load bearing, and it's a completely redundant aspect of this fucking function. completely redundant. Compare modification date. Modification returns false if either end time is none. Distinguish between yes. Yes, that definitely needs a ticket to be able to tell the difference if the... It's the same shit. It's the same kind of issue as 383. Same kind of issue, without a doubt. It deserves its own ticket, but also have 383 refer to this one and have this one refer to 383 as well, please. Because they're kind of similar problems, but there's two different columns. Nah, just tie it into fucking 383. Let's make it fucking... Leave it or leave it as leave as defensive vestige. I think it should be mentioned in 383, and I think this answer should also refer to the ticket, and the ticket for 383 should be reworded in a way where it's for all instances of a none inside of a field, inside of a column. A none.
Are there any other places where this occurs, or any other questions revolving around this? Because they could just be tied to 383 right away, because that's definitely something worth addressing. All right. Line 232 and line 254 are still unanswered, correct? And line 254 are still unanswered, correct? Yes, and also update the ticket to include that. This is a thing that it addresses. Also, in relation to questions on lines 232 and 254, are those still remained unanswered, correct?
Okay, cool. We're moving along. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Right. I already answered this. Isn't there a ticket where I already answered that? There's somewhere I already answered this. The probability of that actually being I chose that on purpose, an alphanumeric on purpose, because I wanted it to be basically astronomically borderline impossible for it to not be able to do that. I think there also might be a ticket though, potentially, just to make it robust, where it does check to make sure that it doesn't exist, I think. But honestly, dude, the odds are literally astronomical at that, because it's literally what, 1 out of 99,999,999,999,999 in just the numbers. And then you multiply each digit by 25, right? For the alphabet. It's huge. And then every iteration of multiple mixes of digits. Oh my god, dude. Also update the fact that have the ticket also reflect the question. Question 17's concern that it's covered by that as well. I think there's already tickets in place for this shit. What? Read-only mount failure in register drive. Current throws the partial state, good side effect, the bubbles raw, trace back to caller gets no signal. I forget the exact system that we have in place for this, but there is also potentially a ticket already in reference to this. But we do need to readdress this to have more robust error handling for those kinds of issues without a doubt. This doesn't live Mac side though. This is a system that lives. This is the Pi side. It lost reference in terms of what OS we're even working in. I don't like that. God damn it, we're almost at 400 tickets, dude. I was like, oh, I'm so close to finishing 1.0. Fucking no way. I think that 2 to 3 months is serious. I think that 2 to 3 months is fucking real. I'm gonna have something fucking solid by the time this shit I'm done. By the time I'm pitching this to people in 2 months, let's say April right now, May, June, July. By July, I should have something stupid solid. API. Question 19. The function prints drive ID for the caller parse, but what if the std out buffering causes the message to write out of order? Why is it referencing the std out for what the drive is? It should be referencing the database, right? Or is this what's feeding the database? But why it doesn't feed the Mac? This is the OS. This is on the Pi. Why do you keep referencing this as if this is working on the Mac OS system? The fuck? That's concerning as shit. All the advice you've been giving me, all the perspectives you've been sharing. Ah. When it tells the Mac, but we're not worried about the Mac. We're worried about this particular function. Why are we worried about what the Mac receives? Remember, we're making the API tool to be able to tell the Mac what it is and basically just literally feed it variables that we have total control over how it's parsed. So it's like, it's a non-issue essentially. But we're only concerned about, in this case, what we should only be focusing on is this a problem for the Pi? Is this a problem for feeding what the function does for the database? Like, that's what we're concerned about. We're not concerned about the full system. That's how come we're addressing this one system and one file at a time. We're only working with a Mac right now. I have no idea how it works with Windows yet because we're not developing the Windows app yet. To be completely honest, I'm more likely to make a Linux app before I am a Windows app. Most people are not digging Windows right now. And especially media people, they use mostly Mac. My Windows concerns are like way down the road. I would probably pay someone to fucking port the application to Windows before I would actually do it myself yet, to be honest. I am that biased against Windows. I am not a fan of the current versions that they are putting out of the Windows 11 shit. Like, it's crazy. No, I'm sorry. You almost got wrong information about me. I am that biased against Windows. And besides, I'm making an API so it'll be able to receive it no problem. Fucking serious. Also, in relation to question 20, by that point, I already have my API tool already built out for the actual doc. Legacy null drive backfill uses drive ID for prefix conditions and wrong drive already covered. Wait, wow, what? Legacy null drive ID backfill uses drive ID for raw starts with prefix collision misattributes file to the wrong drive already covered in 388 filed with question 11 when we hit the same function. No new ticket. Yes. Yes, green light to write the answer, but also update the ticket that this particular issue concerns that ticket as well. So mention that in the ticket as well. That way, and also in the answer, obviously. Rate the answer. Oh my god. Oh my god. It does not like the word right, at least when I say it. Right. It sounds like right. Like fucking Australian person trying to say rate. Right. I should say it like Howard Stern. Right. Yeah, right. Is that how he says it? Right. Yeah, right. There it is. It's more like that. Right. Yeah, right. Like that. It's shorter, yeah. The Howard Stern right. Scan processes disk files in iteration order. If a file is deleted between OSWalk, yeah. That is not gracefully handled. We're talking about the actual fucking scan and then deleting the file as it's scanning or moving the file as it's scanning. I think there's currently a ticket in relation to that. Basically being able to do things simultaneously. That is, I think there's a... Yeah, dude, the database state is slightly corrupted. I mean, technically correct. It's inaccurate. So we would need some sort of tool for basically, meanwhile the scan is occurring, registering the during scan changes and putting them into a action log. I mean, to be honest, here's a question. We have an action log that occurs within the actual action watchdog thread that we're building out. So technically, that is a collection of every single SFTP command that could possibly happen in terms of moving files, adding files, doing all that other shit. Maybe not adding files because that's different. That's rsync. But in relation to deleting, moving, all that, doing all that sort of stuff, technically I can pause that and just intake the data and then pause that until the thing is done, and then that would fix it, wouldn't it? Because then it would still occur, but it would just be postponed until it's done doing the scan, which it can see. Because, wait for it, the actual thing doing the scan, once we have the new architecture in place, is the action watchdog. So that would actually fix any and all race conditions. It just wouldn't be reflected in the actual SFTP window browser because it's not actually accurate up to that point. So there should be some sort of feedback for the user in order to be able to know that, hey, right now there's a scan occurring, or maybe even having the ability to cancel a scan in order to be able to continue doing what you're doing. Because there are cron scans. Crons. My brother had crons. I don't know how the fuck he got rid of it. But also the manual scan, that should also have a cancel button anyway. But then if a scan is occurring, you should be able to hit the cancel button and then just stop the scan, and it's not a big deal. Have it not update anything, have it just be okay. What about 383? Wait a minute, what about 383? Should 383 be tied to that one update to the ticket as well? Because that directly addresses the same exact issue, right? All right, in step 2, when a file's hash matches an entry in the database, but the old path still exists, the code treats it as a copy. But what if the old path is on a different unmounted drive? That's still a copy, because in relation to question 23, it's still a copy, without a doubt. Because the whole point of the database is a database of your entire file system, which includes mounted and unmounted drives. That's the whole purpose of that. So if you're looking for a file, you need to know if it's there or not, right? I think before you unmount a drive, I think I'm gonna force a scan one last time. That way you're not accidentally deleting files that you think are duplicates potentially too. I think that should happen on unmount as well. That is a new ticket. If it's covered by for question 23, if it's covered by 392, it should also be mentioned in the ticket as well. The event queue feature in queues modifications, but never confirms that they were applied. If the worker crashes before draining the queue, are those events lost? What event queue feature? Wait a minute. Wait, I didn't mention. Ah, okay, this is different. Okay. Okay, the event. Okay, this is a great this is a great question, because I know the answer very well. Actually, I know the exact design decision behind this. The whole purpose of storing the events in the database is in case the worker crashes or anything happens, because the whole purpose of that is literally just to store it in memory instead of storing it in RAM. So basically it's always there until it's done, and then it removes it after it's done. You know what I mean? Can you just expand a little bit on BT023 a little bit beforehand, just so I can see what that was about, just in case, just to get context again? We're 400 tickets in, so I can't remember what BT023 was about, because I think I know what it's about, but I just need that context one more time. You're talking about safe rate. Ah, you're talking about the byproduct of... Then yeah. Yeah, that's real. All right, 25, 26. In step 3, rows are deleted from database by path if they're not in disk files. But if a file was removed, renamed, not moved, could it appear deleted and added? There is currently a ticket in place for this. Yes. 392 is the one where we're talking about mutations during scans, correct? Or is 392 removing this ladder? Wait, what? Oh, it's just so much text, dude. All right. In place rename versus cross directory rename. It doesn't matter if it was deleted or added. It doesn't matter if it was deleted or added. Once again, we need to, this is just a snapshot of the database. So if it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If the hash value, there's also a hash value scan, don't forget. If it's no longer in the database, like if it's no longer in the storage location, it's no longer anywhere else, you're doing a full hash database hash comparison, right? So if it's no longer anywhere within the actual database, then I mean it doesn't matter because it's the only one, and it is what it is. If it does exist still, it is what it is. Like, I don't understand why we're differentiating between it being a rename versus it being like any other kind of a thing. I mean, it's just the end product is what matters, which is it's a snapshot of the current storage device that's being scanned. Scan commits after step 2 and again after step 3. If a crash occurs between commits, could the database end up with inconsistent file state? Yes. Next scan recovers. Stale rows are still, yeah. Yes, correct. That's the whole purpose of it. But that wouldn't be the case. The only way that it could crash is if it could we simplify the should we simplify that to be one commit? A collection of the actual, just like collecting the entirety of like the commands that we're looking to push through the SQL database and then essentially committing there. Running the list, would that work? I mean, would that be smoother? Yep. And honestly, you do have the cancel button that we're gonna add. So honestly, fuck it, right? One commit. Yeah, let's do the ticket. Run it. Make it show. Earl Grey hot.
Make it show. It hurts show. Like, fucking, like the word show, not make it so. That's funny. Earl Grey hot. Spicy Earl Grey. Work, then shared, or do you want to review any of the ticket activity first before committing to the ingest? No, I mean, we've been checking out the ticket activity in relation to the ingest. So it's like, I mean, honestly, I've already seen everything that we're going to be doing. That's the whole purpose of adding the tickets in between steps. That's like what we've been doing already. So I'm all good to go. You can run it as a single agent, parallel per file work. Yeah, no doubt. Then shared file rights in the main context. Yeah, no problem. Run it. But thanks for checking. Make it so.
My usage shot up like fucking 10% in the last couple of files, so that actually fucking worth it. That was actually worth it to swap over to fucking Opus. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. Alright, I'm gonna hit the bathroom. Okay. How many questionnaires? Okay, how many questions are left? We're down to 230. Oh, I could do one more. And I could be up to 199, dude. Oh my god, if I did that. In all honesty, git push. It's bedtime. It's 11 p.m. Alright, I'm deciding to do a git push now just because it's like, I'm down to fucking 230 questions remaining. So that's pretty fucking cool. That's cool. But, yeah. Alright. Okay. That is it, my friends. That is fucking almost 10 hours today, huh? That's what? Let me see. It should be like 10 hours. Yeah. We're at roughly 9 hours and 56 minutes. Alrighty. It is bedtime. Okay. I gotta go to bed. Anyway, thank you for joining me. If you joined me, if you did not join me, if nobody's here, if nobody's watching, if you're watching in the future, thank you. If you're watching in the future for some fucking weird reason, or maybe, I don't know, something really cool happens where like people really dig what I'm doing, and that'd be really awesome, right? That's potential. Who knows? I appreciate you for watching anyway. Or not watching. Or whatever. Thank you. It makes me feel a little less alone to make these, honestly, and streaming. I'm happy to be streaming again, to be completely honest. I hope you have a lovely night.